Hey, Doug, could you call the roll and give instructions?
Probably ambivalent.
Thank you, Chair Grisby. We'll start with the roll call. Commissioner Bradshaw. Here. Commissioner Cruz. Commissioner Eager. Commissioner Elliott. Here. Vice Chair Falcone.
Here.
Commissioner Gardino. Present. Commissioner Lugo. Present. Commissioner Mann.
Here.
Commissioner Tiffany. Here. Chair Grisby.
Here.
Senator Cortese. Assemblymember Wilson. Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you.
Welcome to day one of the March 2025 CTC meeting in lovely Long Beach. Please note that because this is a two-day meeting, you will need to use a separate link to attend the meeting tomorrow virtually. The links can be found on the first page of the meeting agenda on our website. Please use the questions tab if you have questions about this in the webinar. The meeting agenda is located on our website at www.catc.ca.gov. All of the presentations for today's meeting are also now available on the Commission's on our website under the View Download Meeting Materials tab. Any document the CTC creates can be translated into any language you need. Simply email us at ctc@catc.ca.gov and we will have them returned to you as soon as possible. American Sign Language translation is being provided on the webinar for this meeting. You should see the translators on your screen. Live closed captioning is also available. Please select the Show Captions tab at the bottom of your screen. There are a number of language options available there to choose from. For our presenters, if you are presenting remotely and you are on the agenda to make the presentation, please do your best to be succinct. Please remember to speak at a steady pace to allow our translating services adequate time for accurate translation. If you're presenting remotely, we hope that you will turn on your camera during your presentation if you have one. For the members of the public, we welcome comments from the public as a part of each item at this meeting. For those attending in person, please submit a speaker slip to the clerk, that's me, at the front of the room, to let us know you want to comment on an item. For those attending via Zoom, you should see the webinar control panel, likely located at the bottom of your screen. There you'll find the raised hand and Q&A tabs. We encourage you to use the raised hand feature as early into the item as you can to give the system time to acknowledge you. Commission staff will let you know when it is your turn to make your comment. Alternately, you may use the Q&A tab to submit your comment. Please be sure to include the agenda item number you are commenting on, and Commission staff can read that comment on your behalf. As a reminder, each registered attendee is provided a unique link and phone number to access the webinar. These should not be shared with other participants, as this can create confusion for staff when calling on you to make your comments. For all of our meetings attendees, please do your best to be concise. Please make sure that your comments add new information. If you agree with the comments of a previous speaker, simply make that statement. Please remember to speak at a steady pace to allow our translating services adequate time for accurate translation. Since we often have many speakers, we ask that you make your point in 2 minutes or less. If, for some reason, we have many speakers on any single topic, we reserve the right to limit comments to 1 minute as needed. Thank you for joining us today. We know your time is valuable, and we appreciate you sharing some of it with us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Douglas. First up, we have Welcome to the Region, Mario Cordero, CEO of the Port of Long Beach. Hello again.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. And on behalf of the Port of Long Beach and our Board Commission, welcome to the Greenport. And I want to acknowledge one of our commissioners who is here, Sharon Wiseman, Commissioner. And as you know, we have a number of staff. And in my opinion, one of the reasons Port of Long Beach is rated #1 in so many respects is I have a #1 staff. So I'm the beneficiary of that workforce. I'm going to have you write down 3 numbers, if I may. 91, 92, and 98. And I'll get back to those numbers in my presentation. So, as a state body charged with administering billions of transportation dollars to build safer and efficient and sustainable transportation network, it is appropriate that the Port of Long Beach, America's premier gateway for trade, has the opportunity to host you this afternoon and for the next 2 days. Between the recovery efforts underway in response to the LA wildfires, to planning more events like the World Cup and the LA 28 Games, we have a number of challenges ahead here in Southern California. But with the state's partnership, we will continue to make progress, which is the reason why we all know California is the 5th largest economy in the world. So it is an interesting time for the port industry. Number one, I will say that the Port of Long Beach had a record number of container movements for 2024, and that number was 9.6 million TEUs. And together with the Port of Los Angeles, we're one port complex. Together we moved 20 million, and that is the highest number of any container gateway in the United States, and no one approximates half that. So it basically highlights how important this gateway is to America's trade and commerce. While some tariffs have been postponed, we do have the implementation of tariffs with China. A majority of our imports come from Asia, more specifically China. So those are concerning policy issues that hopefully, again, will weather the storm. Things will be fine, because history tells you that no matter what the challenges are, the ports will survive, because the ports are a vital component to why we have a great economy. So with that, we're very optimistic that we will continue to move forward, not only in our environmental initiatives, but in our commercial endeavors. It really takes some time to really look at what the effects of tariffs will be. I'm asked that question several times here, or a number of times this year. So I can't tell you what those impacts will be. We can speculate, but I think the advice at this point is we're just going to have to step back and see how this plays out. And I'm sure you have read the same periodicals and watched the same media commentary that I have. So again, let's step back and see how this takes its course. But no matter what happens with regard to those impacts, if there are impacts, we will continue with our environmental initiatives and our capital improvement projects. Now, this is the 20th year of Leading Green. And the reason I say that, because in January of 2004, the Port of Long Beach, at the time, moved forward a cutting-edge policy, which was known as, or is known as, the Green Port Policy. And again, I'm going back to 2005. We didn't do it for political convenience at that time. So we've been leading green all these 20 years, but we did move forward because of the community concerns about environmental impacts from port of operations. So hence, this brings me to the three numbers. 91, as a result of that Green Port Policy Initiative, 91 represents a reduction of particulate matter, diesel particulate matter, at the Port of Long Beach. 92 represents a reduction of NOx at the Port of Long Beach. And 98 represents a percentile reduction in SOx, sulfur oxides. So for those of you who may have visited the 710 corridor back in 2004, you remember the dilapidated trucks that we had, literally black smoke coming out of the tailpipes and black smoke coming out of the vessels, the smokestacks. And again, in fairness, this was a decade or two endeavor along with our sister port, Port of Los Angeles. So my point is, this complex is a lot cleaner than what it was in 20 years ago. Now, having said that, we're not just going to be reducing emissions as we go forward. We have a quest for zero emissions. And you may be aware that at the Port of Long Beach, we have a goal of zero emission cargo handling equipment by year 2030. Admittedly, that's challenging. Funding is very important to accomplish our goals. And zero emission with regard to trucks by 2035. On that note, I think we'll get there before 2035 in terms of zero emission transportation. But let me give you three more numbers, 5, 4, and 3. That's easy to remember. 5% reflects the contribution that the Port of Long Beach gives on PM to the region. 4% represents the NOx contribution of the Port of Long Beach. And 3% represents the contribution of SOx. Why those three numbers are important is to make sure that the narrative that we have been accomplished together, that is the state, the regulatory agencies, and the port, that the narrative is correct. In my opinion, the Port of Long Beach has done a stellar job, and there's no other gateway, which includes Los Angeles in terms of our partnership. There's no other gateway in the United States, if not the world, that has accomplished such a significant reduction of emissions. So I know in today's world, we have passionate advocates on the environmental front that would like us to be zero emission tomorrow. My only response to that is we need some delayed gratification here because we're doing our best. Hence why funding is so important for us to get not only accomplish our capital improvement project goals, but our environmental initiatives. So this has been a historic achievement in terms of the reduction of harmful emissions with our labor partners here, our marine terminal operators, our railroads, our trucking companies, and government agencies and commissions such as yourself and our regulatory agencies. So we should be very proud that California has led the way with regard to maritime sector environmental initiatives. Now, let me just comment a little bit on our capital improvement projects. When I say comment a little bit, it's just for the interest of time, but that's a big aspect of what we're doing here in Long Beach, a $2.3 billion capital improvement project, primarily focusing on rail. Again, referencing the 710 corridor, we knew that not only do we have to have an environmental friendlier corridor in terms of harmful emissions, but a less congested corridor. I think we can all agree on that. And hence why Port of Long Beach has invested, or is going to be invested over $2 billion just on rail projects alone. And of course, I will say again, thank you to the Commission in the state of California for all you've done to help us in terms of that objective. So let me just end by saying there's three other important projects on the roadmap for us. One is the Reeves Crossing grade separation project, which will serve both ports, not just Long Beach, but Port of Los Angeles, with a new roadway overpass above the existing rail corridor at Terminal Island. And this project, again, will reduce and improve, reduce congestion and waiting time for those who want to cross that point there at Terminal Island, but also reduce idling time and emissions. The second project is the Harbor Scenic Drive Improvement Project, which will improve key corridors existing from the 710 freeway to our shipping terminals at the Port of Long Beach. And the port actually received the $30 million grant application, or excuse me, the Port of Long Beach actually has, I'm jumping ahead, so I'm not in no assumptions here, we have submitted an application for $30 million, and this project under TCEP to further, again, addressing this issue. And that will provide reconstruction of pavement, which has reached the end of its useful life, roadway alignment improvements here at the Port of Long Beach, and chargeable message signs, highway lighting, and upgrades in our utility infrastructure. And the last project is the Harbor Deepening Project, which will provide a deeper, wider channel of larger vessels, and importantly, reduce speed of the larger vessels to transfer liquid bulk cargo, as opposed to this process, what we call lightning, which means sort of the process in which we have to have a smaller vessel bring in some of the tanker commodities to the Port of Long Beach because, again, of the lack of depth we have in the deep channel. As to the larger bulk oil tankers that arrive at the Long Beach. In fact, a couple of years ago, we had a vessel which was marked the largest tanker in the West Coast that has arrived to a port. So we've been very successful in procuring some funds, and we have a great partnership with the Army Corps The total project is approximated $200 million. So we're very comfortable with the fact that going forward, we have a good partnership with the federal government with regard to this project. So as I conclude, again, the common denominator that we have, that is the Port of Long Beach and the Commission, is we're focusing on infrastructure, improving, again, the infrastructure that we need as it relates to maritime. And so I'm very much appreciative and thank you for the time you've allowed me to make this brief presentation. And again, I'll end simply by saying 91, 92, 98, because one day I will be saying 0, 0, 0. So thank you, Mr. Chairman and the Commission, for your time and attention.
Thank you so much.
If you have any questions, I'm more than free to answer any questions you may have. But in the interest of time, I know you may not. But
Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Before we move forward, I just want to acknowledge that we were joined by Senator Dave Cortese, as well as Caltrans Tony Tavares. Any public comment?
We did not receive any request to comment on the item. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any questions or comments from the dais? Commissioner Cruz.
I just want to say thank you for the presentation. A lot of good information was shared, and can't stress how important the work you guys do at the port every single day to keep our state competitive. And we look forward to working with you to improve not just air quality and safety, but also to create opportunities for folks in the region. So thank you.
well, thank you, Commissioner, for that comment. I will say that, as you know, for the Port of Long Beach, there's about 720,000 jobs directly and indirectly from the port at a state level, 2.6 million in the U.S. supply chain. So our partnership with labor is very strong, and we have cutting-edge POA programs here that some years ago we decided that it's not just about building, but making sure that we have partnerships that are sure that the people who make this port happen get paid well. And so it's like President Obama used to say, you know, we like to spread the wealth. So, and that's what we do here at the Port of Long Beach.
Thank you. Any others? Commissioner Tiffany.
Yeah, I was just going to comment that some of us had an amazing tour yesterday of the port. It's an incredible operation that you run. And anyway, wanted to thank everyone that was involved in that, and particularly thank you for such a wonderful day we had. The weather was spectacular. So, but anyway, thank you. It's an amazing operation that's run here in the port.
Well, thank you so much, Commissioner. As I mentioned, we have an amazing staff who do a great job, and again, and an amazing commission, if I may say. So, with that, I think any other questions?
Any more from the dais? I just wanted to thank you for the tour yesterday. Very informative, and thank you for breakfast this morning. Great conversation.
Thank you, Chair Grisby.
Thanks so
pleasure.
much. Next up is items 3 and 4. Doug Remedios.
Thank you, Chair. Tab 3 is the approval of the minutes from the January 30 and 31st, 2025 Commission meeting. Tab 4 is the Commissioners' meetings for compensation. Staff recommends your approval.
Thank you so much.
Motion to approve.
Have a motion by Commissioner Bradshaw, a second by Commissioner Cruz. Any comment from the dais? Any public comment?
No request to comment on the item. Thank you.
All right. Any aye votes? Aye votes.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? Abstentions? Seeing none, motion passes. Going on to number 5, Commission Executive Director Tanisha Taylor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to Mario and the whole team at the Port of Long Beach for welcoming us here today. Yesterday's tour was an excellent opportunity to see how California's transportation system connects the entire nation to the rest of the world through ports. As you know, we had initially planned on holding this meeting in Malibu before the January fires. We're looking forward to returning to that part of the region when some time has passed, and we will continue to support the recovery and rebuilding where necessary. As we begin today, I want to share a brief point of pride. With Black History Month last month and Women's History Month this month, I have been thinking a lot about the people whose footsteps we walk in today. I am thinking of trailblazers like Yvonne Burke, who was the first Black woman from California elected to Congress and the first member of Congress to give birth and be granted maternity leave while in office. After becoming the first Black person to serve on the LA Board of Supervisors and the first person of color to serve as chair, she also became the first Black woman to serve on the commission when she was appointed in 2010. As I look around this dais today, I'd like to highlight another first. The first Black person to serve as the chair of the commission, Darnell Grisby. Congratulations, Darnell. I feel grateful for the service of our predecessors like Yvonne Burke, and I feel pride in serving a state that continues to find tremendous strength in the diversity of its people. As everyone here knows, uplifting that diversity has been a key goal of the Interagency Equity Advisory Committee the Commission convened with CalSTA and Caltrans. While others may be pulling back right now, the Commission is continuing that commitment to equity. Our new class of EAC members met in Sacramento last week to continue this important work. I'd like to congratulate Martha Armas Kelly and Ana Gonzalez on their election as chair and vice chair. Commission staff is looking forward to working with you and the rest of the EAC in your new roles. Throughout this week's agenda, we are continuing to make investments in infrastructure that supports all Californians. Later today, staff will present the second cycle of the Local Transportation Climate Adaptation Program. The recommended program of projects includes more than $90 million for 8 projects that make our transportation infrastructure more resilient to the effects of climate change. The projects include resiliency improvements, emergency evacuation routes, and projects to enhance at-risk coastal infrastructure. Congratulations to Rebecca Light for all her hard work in managing this program through the guidelines workshops and application evaluations. With the exhaustion of the one-time state funds for this program and the need for reauthorization of the federal funds, the future of this program remains uncertain. We continue to make the need for ongoing funding for these critically important projects known to the legislature and the administration. This situation of unmet funding needs is not unique to climate adaptation. Later on our agenda, staff will present the draft 2025 State and Local Transportation System Needs Assessment as required by Senate Bill 1121. The draft needs assessment identifies 10-year needs of nearly $758 billion for California's highway system, local streets and roads, transit and intercity rail, complete streets, and active transportation, as well as climate adaptation, tribal transportation, and zero-emission infrastructure. It also projects anticipated revenues of approximately $551 billion for federal, state, and local sources. This includes a $31 billion loss in revenue due to declining fuel consumption. With a projected shortfall of about $217 billion over 10 years, identifying a sustainable funding mechanism for transportation will be a critical priority for the legislature. When staff brings the final needs assessment back to the Commission for your approval, we will carry this message to the legislature and help them evaluate potential solutions. In the meantime, we encourage all of our partners to share their comments on the draft needs assessment by emailing planning@catc.ca.gov. We will also hear a presentation by Caltrans on the draft State Highway System Management Plan, a separate document that lays out the investment strategy for the state highway system. This is a long-range planning document, and the projects that are developed to implement it won't be fully delivered for many years. This strategy will help guide our investments in the state highway system to ensure that those investments serve multiple priorities and help us achieve multiple goals. The long development and delivery period of these types of projects will also be reflected in Caltrans's presentation of their inaugural report on select state highway system project outcomes as required by Senate Bill 695. This report is the first of a new ongoing requirement for Caltrans to provide information on the improvements made on the state highway system each year. This first report is a historical look back on projects that were completed prior to 2023 and were first initiated as far back as the 1990s. By establishing this baseline for projects that were begun prior to major shifts in state policy, we will be able to compare future reports to see how those policy changes influence the investments the Commission makes over time. One of those major policy shifts is CAPTI, CalSTA's Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure. CAPTI will present CalSTA will present its final CAPTI 2.0, laying out a strategy for continuing to build on the progress we have made in aligning transportation spending to address climate change while supporting equity, active transportation, public health, and reducing congestion. We are doubling down on the work the Commission is doing to help California's transportation system evolve while meeting our climate, safety, equity, and economic goals. And we will see this evolution manifest in increasingly tangible ways through Caltrans's reporting as policy changes like CAPTI are implemented through the development and delivery of transportation projects. The Commission will be asked to adopt a resolution to begin implementing the strategies of CAPTI 2.0 through our appropriate program guidelines. Commissioners, I have just one staffing update. Gina Horton has been with our administration team for the last 2 years, helping us with our contracting and procurement functions. Gina has accepted a promotional opportunity at Caltrans, and her last day with us was earlier in March. While we're sad to see her go, we're grateful for the work she's done with the Commission, and we're excited for this next step in her career. Before we jump into our agenda, I'd like to remind everyone that next week we'll be hosting the first webinar in a series on measuring transportation impacts. In this series, we will hear about how models and tools are used to analyze transportation impacts during planning and project delivery. The first webinar will cover the regional transportation planning process, and we encourage all of our stakeholders to attend and participate. On April 10th, we will be in Sacramento for our first joint meeting of the year with the California Air Resources Board and the Department of Housing and Community Development. We will also be having a town hall meeting on April 24th and 25th in Imperial County. Our next regular Commission meeting is May 15th and 16th in San Francisco. Commissioners, this concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanisha. Any public comment?
Justin, this is the ASL interpreter. Paula, could you please ask your speakers to slow down? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. As our interpreter indicated, she requests that we speak at a steady pace throughout the meeting when presenting. Beyond that, we do not have any request to comment on the item.
All right, any comments or questions from the dais? Moving on to number 6, my report as well as yours. I think I'll take this time to talk about the California dream and what it's meant for me. I believe in the dream. We are a bold state that believes in upward mobility, which has helped someone like me, a poor kid that grew up in Riverside, to attend a university like UCLA, built with taxpayer money, and to prepare me not only to sustain myself, but to contribute to our state and nation. A bold California that in the middle of hardship decided to invest in the port complex we sit in the middle of today. This port touches communities across this nation and literally sustains communities like mine, like the Inland Empire where I grew up. This boldness runs through our collective blood, whether we were born here or decided to move here to make this our chosen home and family. This commission is emblematic of the spirit of our state. To my fellow commissioners, each of you brings a unique perspective while ensuring that the entire state remains the top priority. To our hardworking staff, led by our rock star executive director, Tanisha Taylor, we see you. You rise above the noise and distractions every time. I believe we should fight to remain the state of the future, the jewel in America's crown. I have 4 focus areas which I believe can contribute to this effort. 1, protect and promote the small town Main Street. I will be listening to those that have ideas on how to support businesses on our rural Main Street. This commission has done much to support vibrant town centers across this state. One of our best tools has been the ATP program that helps to create a sense of place that supports greater economic activity and opportunity for our people. Number 2, work to reduce delays and cost overruns by working with stakeholders and partners such as utilities. Number 3, focus on transportation projects that can reduce out-of-pocket expenses for our commuters and speak directly with clarity on how transportation projects can promote economic development and inclusive economic growth. Number 4, demystify processes to promote greater understanding and access to this commission. In fact, on March 25th, the CTC will be hosting Measuring Transportation Impacts webinar number 1. This will kick off a series of webinars where we will hear about different models and tools used to analyze transportation impacts during planning and project development. Our first workshop will cover tools used in the regional planning process. The second workshop will cover tools used in the CEQA process. And the third will touch on tools used to perform, to measure reporting in the Commission's SB1 competitive programs. At the second workshop, we will receive a primer on our existing automobile usage measuring tools, as well as those proposed in the rural-induced demand study. Input from all stakeholders will be welcomed. We look forward to a very robust discussion, and keeping with our former chair's ethos to agree and disagree better. Together, we will continue to move forward with boldness to maintain our status as the shining city on the hill that has welcomed dreamers for generations. Thank you. With that, any public comment?
We did not receive any request to comment on the item. Thank you.
All right. Anything from the dais? Seeing none, we'll move on to CalSTA Deputy Secretary, Darren Musavi. Welcome, Darren. Nice to see you.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, Commission. Good to see you all. I am Darwin Musavi, Deputy Secretary of Environmental Policy and Housing at CalSTA, here filling in for Secretary Omashakin, who sends its regrets and could not be here today, but I have a lot of updates on behalf of CalSTA to share with you today. I know we have a packed agenda, so I will try my best to be brief, but we do have a good amount to cover. If you go to the next slide. Just wanted to start off my update by making an announcement to say that we're thrilled to welcome back Alicia Fowler as CalSTA's General Counsel. Alicia Fowler was formerly CalSTA's General Counsel about 5 years ago and comes back to us via high-speed rail, where she was the Chief Counsel for the last 5 years or so. So really excited to have her back in-house at CalSTA with her vast transportation and legal expertise, and she'll be a invaluable addition to the CalSTA team. Another bittersweet update, Mark Tollefson, as many of you may have heard, our former CalSTA Undersecretary, was appointed earlier this month to the role of Chief Deputy of High-Speed Rail. Although Mark will be incredibly missed, we're really excited to have him as an asset there at High-Speed Rail as we navigate the future of that project. So excited for Mark. And in the meantime, Alicia Fowler is actually acting as our Undersecretary until an announcement is made for a permanent. Next slide, please. All right. Keeping with the tradition of the Secretary's updates on kind of the core 4 areas, we'll start with equity here. So on the equity front, Caltrans held its 4th annual Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Summit on February 20th. The primary goal of the summit is to raise awareness of the vast array of contracting and procurement opportunities offered by state and local agencies. This includes providing information and resources related to disadvantaged business enterprises, small businesses, disabled veteran business enterprises certification process, access to capital, connections with prime contractors, and presenting state and local government contracting and procurement opportunities. Secretary Omashakin delivered some opening remarks at this at this convening and participated in a panel, as you see here, with Director Tony Tavares of Caltrans on various opportunities that are available. Additionally, on the equity front, as was mentioned earlier by Executive Director Taylor, the Interagency Advisory Committee convened for the first time this year with a majority of new members from around the state that represent 9 of the 12 Caltrans districts. The EAC met over in Sacramento over 2 days, and just wanted to take this opportunity to congratulate and echo the congratulations earlier of the new chair, Martha Armas Kelly, and new vice chair, Ana Rodriguez, as they lead the EAC over the coming year. So very excited to see the work that the EAC does moving forward. Next slide. On the climate action front, as mentioned, CalSTA did release our Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure 2.0 update at the end of February. I'll keep my remarks on that brief because I'll be presenting a little bit of an update later in the agenda on CAPDI. But just wanted to take a moment here to on behalf of Secretary Omishakin and CalSTA, to thank everyone for their engagement and feedback over the last year that led to this point, that led to an improved document that builds on the successes of the original CAPDI by identifying 14 new actions to further implement that framework. So we're excited to, as Executive Director Taylor said, to double down on those commitments and move forward with the implementation of this new plan. On the climate action front, also wanted to highlight that the Transit Transformation Task Force held its 9th meeting on March 11th in Sacramento. The initial Transit Transformation Task Force report concept was presented and discussed at this meeting. The coming meetings will include more refined drafts with a final report for review and discussion by the task force, with the goal of delivering the report on time by October 2025. So lots of work still to do there, but we will hopefully have a report by the end of this year. On the climate action front, the last thing I wanted to also highlight was on the high-speed rail project. The 3,700-foot long Cedar Viaduct project is complete. It is nearly a 40-foot tall viaduct that passes over Highway 99 at North and Cedar Avenues. It will carry high-speed rail trains through Fresno County. And despite the uncertainty that the project sees in the face of the federal administration, we remain committed to advancing and delivering this transformative project. There's a lot of work underway. As you know, 85 structures underway or complete, as well as 95 miles of guideway. In total, there are 171 miles under design or construction from Merced to Bakersfield. So this important project continues. Next slide. On the safety front, the Governor's Highway Safety Association report on roadway safety provides us with some updated numbers on traffic safety trends across the nation and in the state. Nationally, there were 3,304 pedestrian fatalities on U.S. roadways between January and June in 2024. That's down 2.6% from 2023, but up 48% from last decade, from a decade ago. 23 states and Washington, D.C. saw increases in pedestrian fatalities. California was luckily one of 22 states whose projected numbers of pedestrian fatalities went down. California saw a 12.9% decline in people struck and killed by vehicles for the first half of 2024 compared to the same period in 2023. The preliminary 439 people struck and killed on California roads is 22% is a 22% decrease from the same 6-month period in 2022. And although statewide these directions, the direction of these numbers is promising, we clearly have a lot of work to still do, but are looking into any trends we can decipher from, why those numbers did go down, to be able to learn from those lessons as we move forward, as safety does remain a top priority for us at CalSTA. On the same topic, the Lifesavers Conference, which is an annual conference on roadway safety, was in Long Beach on March 9th. Secretary Omishakin and other leaders from the DMV, CHP, Office of Traffic Safety, and CalSTA had speaking roles and moderated workshops to focus on a variety of traffic safety concerns. The conference had more than 1,800 people from throughout the country, and is the largest gathering of traffic safety professionals from across public, private, and healthcare sectors across the nation to discuss safety solutions. So we were proud to host that here in California and be able to have a conversation about traffic safety. The Strategic Highway Safety Plan will hold its executive leadership meeting on March 27th. The committee will vote on recommendations and updates to the new 2025 to 2029 Strategic Highway Safety Plan, as well as closeout actions from the prior SHSP. So we'll keep you all posted on that. Next slide, please. And then finally, on the economic prosperity front, as you know, international partnerships are critical to our success here in California. Secretary Omishakin last week met in Long Beach with key climate and transportation leaders from Shanghai and regional ports. The California-Shanghai Maritime Decarbonization and Green Shipping Corridor High-Level Forum was held, and they discussed importance of maritime decarbonization and the role of green shipping corridors at that meeting. One other final update tied to mobile driver's licenses. As many of you may know, mobile driver's licenses offer a quick and secure identity check at airports without having to hand over your phone. This helps speed folks through TSA and provide a fast and reliable way to get through TSA at Los Angeles, San Francisco, San Jose, and Sacramento International Airports, while a bunch of other airports will be coming online in the future. We have over 500,000 DMV wallet driver's licenses deployed, over 500,000 Apple Wallet, and over 100,000 Google Wallet mobile driver's licenses deployed. So those numbers are slowly ticking up, and we're excited to see that adoption. And with that, I just want to thank you for the opportunity and take any questions you may have.
All right, thank you, Darren. Any public comment?
We did not receive any requests to comment on the item.
All right, thank you. Any comments or questions from the dais? All right, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is item number 8, Tony Travaris, Caltrans Director.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Grisby. Thank you, Commissioners. I wish I could be there with you in person. Unfortunately, I had a huge conflict in my calendar and could not make it there in person, but very happy to at least be there virtually with all of you and to share a few updates from Caltrans. I know our Chief Deputy Director, Michael Kiever, is there in person and will be able to take the dais here shortly if he's not already on there. So first, what I'd like to just share, in early February, I had the great honor to appoint Michael Navarro as our Caltrans District 6 Director in the Central Valley. His background, Michael was previously the Deputy Director for Planning, Local Assistance, and Environmental Analysis, overseeing a huge area and wide range of multimodal programs and initiatives. Michael has been a true champion on furthering our community engagement and inclusion policies and processes. And he is what I like to call the father of what we call our walking audits, where we actually go and meet people where they live and work and actually walk the community together to identify needs when it comes to transportation, when it comes to sidewalks, bike lanes, transit, all of the above for transportation. And so I'm very thrilled to have Michael on board. He's going to do some great work filling in some big shoes behind Diana Gomez, but very thrilled to have Michael. And take an opportunity also, I want to thank Commissioner Eager for her assistance, and she participated with me on some of the interview panels, and I appreciate her input and all the work she's done in helping us get to this point. So thank you. During the last CTC meeting, I also provided an overview of our fire response efforts in District 7. At that time, our emergency crews were still actively working to contain the fires, and Caltrans was conducting initial damage assessments. Since our crews were still in the thick of our emergency response in January, I wanted to provide a new update of where we are today. And I do understand that there's an agenda item within the 2 days here that you're all meeting to discuss the additional request for major damage reservation funding. So perhaps this will help shed a little bit of light and provide some background to the commissioners on the understanding of what's going on in the areas that are being affected by the fires. As you can see here on this slide, Topanga Canyon is one of our most heavily impacted corridors in District 7 due to the fires, State Route 27, which remains closed between the Pacific Coast Highway and Grandview Drive. The fires caused extensive damage to retaining walls, guardrail, drainage systems, among many other types of infrastructure that we have along the state highway system. The fire also stripped quite a bit of vegetation from the hillsides, leaving the landscape very vulnerable to erosion and debris flows, which is why our recovery effort is also focused on slope restoration, erosion control, and slope stabilization. The arrival of seasonal rains over the past several weeks triggered severe flooding in the burn scar areas, sending massive amounts of mud, rocks, and debris onto State Route 27. And the complexity of this restoration effort cannot be overstated. The damage sustained by Topanga Boulevard, State Route 27, is not isolated to a single location, but really extends across multiple points along that entire corridor. The nature of these recovery efforts means that progress is often dependent on external factors, such as the weather conditions, and we still are in the winter season, even though today is the first day of spring. And there's also coordination across multiple agencies and utility companies that are working on the same corridor along with Caltrans and our contractors. In one particularly damaged area, the guardrail foundation was completely washed away during a rain event. And as you can see on the screen in the photo on the right, that depicts one of the areas that was washed away there. The left photo on the screen shows one of the most significant hazards encountered in recent weeks. Crews had discovered an unstable boulder measuring approximately 30 feet by 15 feet by 10 feet, so very large boulder, which was perched above the roadway near a power line. For safety reasons, removing the boulder required a full closure of the area to all personnel, including contractor crews and utility workers, until there was no longer a hazard. Our Caltrans teams coordinated with the utility providers to shut off power before conducting our rock scaling activities and our blasting operations on February 24th. Once removed, engineers and our inspectors were able to begin surveying damage in this area, which will include reconstructing 3 retaining walls. And the boulder removal also allowed crews to begin conducting repairs and debris removal from this area as well. Next slide. Despite the many challenges involved, we're still making a lot of progress when it comes to Topanga Canyon. On the screen, you will see a before and after shot of debris removal that took place once the boulder hazard was handled. In a period of less than 2 weeks, crews were able to clear a substantial amount of debris from the area. But that said, a future decision to reopen Topanga Canyon Boulevard will not be simply a matter of clearing the debris. As mentioned on the previous slide, repair work on the corridor includes not only Caltrans, but also that of various utility companies and other public work agencies out there. The rain events continue to cause additional debris and damage in what is already a complex operation. And Caltrans recognizes the hardship, the frustration that the residents, the businesses along the Topanga corridor in the town of Topanga and along the PCH have been experiencing. We also understand the critical role these corridors play in the cleanup and recovery efforts for the residents and the public. And although reopening the roadway is dependent on cleanup, repair work, and weather, any decision to reopen the lanes or provide limited access, it's really a joint decision between multiple agencies that are all unified with the same goal in mind. And that includes the city and county of LA, law enforcement, utility companies, and multiple other affected public agencies. Of course, any specific plan must have safety as our top consideration. So more to come on this. I plan to share more updates at future meetings on how the recovery efforts are going, and appreciate the continued support that the Commission is providing to not only Caltrans, but to all the agencies, to the residents and the businesses that have been impacted by the fires in Southern California. Next slide. I'd also like to briefly go over the recovery efforts on the PCH. The roadway is currently reduced to 1 lane in each direction with a 25-mile-per-hour speed limit between Chautauqua Boulevard in Pacific Palisades and Carbon Beach Terrace in Malibu. The PCH remains under what we call a soft closure, meaning access is limited to residents from burn-scarred areas, essential businesses, and school bus traffic. Caltrans is continuing to coordinate with the United States Army Corps of Engineers. They are providing the debris removal work along the PCH, and we're continuing to support them in that effort. And other local agencies and utilities continue to work on much needed repairs along that corridor, as well as the Topanga corridor. We're also coordinating with other local agencies to reopen once it is safe to do so. And on February 28th, to share with you, one of our local partners in the area, Los Angeles Metro, resumed operations on PCH with service on line 134, which travels through Malibu to Santa Monica. Regarding the PCH safety upgrades in Malibu, as I mentioned in January at the CTC meeting, work has been paused during repair and recovery efforts of the fires. However, with that said, Caltrans is still working closely with our local partners on the master plan feasibility study, and also continuing to deliver the design components of the capital preventive maintenance project. So we do have 2 upcoming public meetings for residents and businesses and basically the public. One on March 27th in the city of Santa Monica to discuss the safety improvements and pavement rehabilitation projects, and another public meeting on April 9th in the city of Malibu to discuss the capital preventive maintenance project and the master plan feasibility study. Next slide. So switching gears here a little bit, I wanted to share about a few public outreach and community engagement events that occurred last month. On February 20th, Caltrans, along with CalSTA, hosted the 4th annual DBE Summit, as we heard from Dara and Mustavi, an event really dedicated to empowering small businesses. I was thrilled to be able to be there with Secretary Omashak in welcoming over 300 attendees, 57 exhibitors, reaffirming again our commitment to increasing opportunities for all California businesses. And just a week later, we celebrated the graduation of 19 participants from the Caltrans Heavy Equipment Operator Academy in Fontana. And that was a great event. These individuals completed a rigorous 7-week program, earning multiple industry-recognized certifications that will open doors to careers in the construction industry. The success of this program demonstrates our investment, our partnership with so many others. It's not just Caltrans, but it's academic institutions, it's county organizations, it's the Federal Highway Administration as well. But really our investment in workforce development and our role in building a pipeline for skilled workers in the transportation sector. And really excited too that the 19 participants were some of our most vulnerable population that graduated from this program, and now are on a path to really having a not only a job, but really a life-changing career going forward. And I also wanted to mention earlier this month, our Chief Deputy Director, Michael Keever, attended a listening session with leaders from 22 advocacy organizations. This powerful discussion focused on improving Caltrans's community engagement practices and our listening abilities as well. The listening session was the first of several that will take place this year in communities throughout the state of California. And I want to also personally thank our Deputy Director, Naila Pope Harding, which many of you may know. She was a member of our Equity Advisory Council, the first cohort, and she is now a Deputy Director at Caltrans. And so she and her team have been leading this effort for our department, and I couldn't be more thrilled to be working alongside Naila. Also, last month, I paid a visit to a career day at Lake Canyon Elementary School, which is located between Stockton and Sacramento. I had a wonderful time meeting the children who were interested in learning about the many fun and exciting career paths in transportation. And as you know, our work at Caltrans is about more than just, highways, roads, bridges, and the actual physical infrastructure. It's really about the people we serve every single day, and the opportunity to collaborate with them. And as Caltrans leaders, it is essential that we actively connect with people in our communities that we serve. And I'm grateful that we had this recent opportunity to do that here at this elementary school. I'm truly hopeful we were able to inspire some of our future transportation leaders from that group of children. Next slide. Before I close out this update, just wanted to mention that our annual Caltrans Workers Memorial is coming up next month on April 17th. This event pays tribute to the roadway workers who have lost their lives tragically while serving the public, whether they be working for Caltrans, a contractor, or even on the federal side of the house, just employees who have lost their life while serving the traveling public. And this year's event will be held at 11 a.m. at a different site than usual. It will be held at the Riverwalk Park in West Sacramento. And while we usually hold this event in front of the state capitol, this venue change was necessary. Unfortunately, there's a lot of construction going on at the state capitol right now, and so we are moving it to the Riverwalk this year. By sharing this information to all of you commissioners, I would really like to extend my personal invitation to each one of you to attend, and truly thank you again for your continued support of all transportation employees across the state and for our work zone safety efforts. So with that, that concludes my updates, commissioners. I want to thank you again for the chance to share some highlights of the work Caltrans is currently engaged in today, and very happy to take any questions or hear any comments you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Tavares. Any public comment?
Yes, thank you. I do see one virtual attendee with their hand raised at this time. I'd like to call on Jasmine Parhar.
Hello, Janet. Jasmine. You can start now. Jasmine?
Jasmine, I see you're unmuted. You are free to speak at this time. Okay, she has since lowered her hand. So
All right. Thank
maybe
you.
inadvertent, that would be the only request we received.
All right. Any any comment from the dais? Past Chair Gardino?
Or if you were already.
Oh, I think you were first.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Grisby, and I like the sound of that as well. Director Tavares, thank you again for such a thorough and thoughtful update. I am so humbled by the work of Caltrans crews, and I'm sure other local partners in the clearing of Topanga Canyon and the clearing of the Pacific Coast Highway. What, as a commission, might or can we do to show our appreciation for all the work of those frontline professionals?
I think you show it every day, Commissioner Gardino, and the entire commission does. I think your continued support, they see that, they hear it from myself and all our leadership in Caltrans. We share that with them, and just knowing that they have the support of this commission is thanks in their book. So appreciate everything that you all do.
Thank you. If it's appropriate, through the chair and vice chair and our executive director, may we officially thank them in our closing today or in any other way that
I think
Director Tavares can pass along to the crew?
Absolutely. So there's a couple of things that we can do. We can certainly thank them today. One of the things we have done in the past is we've done a resolution that the commission adopts to thank them formally and to say and to show our support for the hard work that they're doing. I know we heard from Commissioner Elliott last meeting about some of the workers coming from various portions of the state to provide support for that work, and we can certainly thank them and commend them for that exceptional work that they're doing for the state of California.
Thank you. Commissioner Elliott.
Thank you. Hello, Director Tavares. Thanks for the update. I have 2 questions for you. I'll just say them and then you can take them however you'd like. The first question is a follow-up on something that I asked about last meeting. It may not be that there is an update yet, which is just fine, but I'm checking in just in case. What will the impact be on the state highway system and road network of the rebuilding effort? So we've talked a lot about the recovery phase, which is very important. I'm also interested to learn about how the phasing and staging of the thousands of construction vehicles that will be rolling through the area and what that means for residents and what it means for detours and what it means for neighborhood streets that people are taking instead of taking the big boulevards and so forth. So I'd be very interested in learning about that. And again, it's fine. We have time here. The rebuilding hasn't yet started in earnest, but definitely want to keep track of that. And then the second question I have for you is, in fact, about the recovery phase, and it's about the soft closure, PCH, that you mentioned. I've heard a lot of confusion about who is the responsible agency to make the determination on when that soft closure will be lifted. I heard the clarification that you provided that, in fact, residents and some impacted businesses are able to access the road, and that's excellent. The question is, when can business return to more like normal, because there are a number of businesses and community serving organizations that depend on traffic moving through there. So the question is that the federal government's responsibility or some component of the state, or what I believe to be the case, the local government making that determination? Anyway, Director, I'd put that question to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Elliott. Maybe I can start in reverse order if that works. I think you have it correct. It's really it's a collaborative effort across multi-agencies, but really the locals are leading the effort there, and we're in a support role, if you will, to ensure that when they want to reopen and how they want to reopen, that we're able to do that with them at the same time. So a lot of coordination. As you mentioned, there's federal agencies, there are state agencies all working together. There are many, many different local agencies that are working together also through this. So it's really a coordinated effort, but the locals are the lead on that. Now, going back to your first question, the impact of rebuilding efforts. There's still a lot of assessments that are taking place on the state highway system per se, but we are, again, working with, for instance, the United States Army Corps of Engineers as they are removing debris. There are many, many truckloads of debris that has to be removed from that area. And so our teams are working with the local agencies, cities, county of LA as well, to determine the least impactful routes that these trucks should be taking as they deliver this debris and this material to whether they're recycling locations or whether they are landfills. And so we're working together to lay out that plan. So still a lot of effort in that as far as the impacts to roadways. And then, as I mentioned, there's still a great amount of assessment that is being done on state highway and the local system. There's a lot of many different local roads, I should say, that have been severely impacted, and we are available to provide assistance to the County of LA and the local jurisdictions as needed, as they request from us as well.
Thank you. I am envious of, I wish that was actually your office window and you were in the Marin Headlands and you got to look over the Golden Gate Bridge. I figure it's a virtual background. Great, that answers my questions. Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Any other questions from today's Vice Chair, Falcone?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Director Tavares, for your update. Just a couple of comments. One of them really actually already preceded in comments by past Chair Gordino, just recognizing the collective work that you and your team have dedicated to recovery and clearing access ways on Topanga Canyon and other areas that were affected by the recent fires. So, here to just echo what the past chair said about, what we can do to help as a commission. And then the second thing, I was heartened to hear that you are continuing to be committed to opening opportunities for small business, especially disadvantaged enterprises. I mean, given some of the uncertainty and messaging and cues that we're hearing around us nationally, I'm interested in knowing a little bit more about how we, as a state, continue to elevate opportunities for small business, especially in the transportation space. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I was very humbled to hear Chair Grisby's personal story as well, and I have a similar story as he has as well, being a son of immigrants and growing up in this great state. But I will say, lifting up people across all communities, lifting up small businesses, disadvantaged businesses, has been a passion of mine, and I'm just thrilled to be able to carry that forward with Caltrans. And we have some extremely dedicated team members that also feel the same passion and commitment to that as well. We've actually set specific goals on contracting with small businesses, disadvantaged business enterprises, and disabled veteran business enterprises as well. And on all the goals that we've set, virtually all of them, we are exceeding those goals. And so we continue to challenge ourselves to do even more and more. So our teams are, the DBE Summit was one example of us working with small businesses, helping them become certified as a small business or a disadvantaged business enterprise in California, sharing lessons on what it takes to contract with a state agency, a government agency, sharing the lessons learned from some successful businesses that are doing mentor and protege type programs with these businesses as well. So would love to sit down with you maybe, or even with the entire commission at a future meeting, and identify more opportunities where perhaps our two agencies could work very closely and continue to grow these programs even further beyond our own imagination.
Thank you, Director Tavares, and I would take you up on your offer. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other comments or questions from the dais? I have one for you, Director. It may be too early to ask this question, but do we have any idea what some of the impacts may be outside of the impacted zones in SoCal when it comes to project delivery? Since we know that utilities are an important partner and they'll be tied up in a lot of the recovery efforts down here. Any idea what the impacts may be outside of this region when it comes to project delivery?
That's an excellent question, and our teams have been working diligently to try to determine what those impacts are, working with not just the utility companies, as you mentioned, in Southern California, but there's other utility companies and other members of their teams that are being sent to Southern California to assist with the recovery efforts. So that is going to will have some impact across the entire state. We are still in the works of determining what that impact, that full impact, will look like for this fiscal year. We intend to come back to this commission in May to provide an update on that, and also explain where those impacts are, which projects may be impacted specifically.
All right, thank you, brother. Thanks for your report.
Thank you.
Going on now to item 10, Regional Agencies Moderator Carl Anderson.
Chair, if we could just acknowledge that item 9 was withdrawn.
Yes, item 9 was withdrawn prior to the meeting.
Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, Commissioners. Can you hear me okay? Great. Thank you,
Chair Grisby. Good afternoon. I'm Carl Anderson with the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, and I'm here to provide the Regional Transportation Plan Agency's update. But first, the RTPAs would like to formally congratulate you, Chair Grisby, and Vice Chair Falcone on your new roles. We're excited for your leadership for your commission at this time. The RTPA group held its March meeting this morning, hosted by the City of Long Beach, where we received and discussed updates from our state partners. The update we shared during the January meeting focused on collaboration and flexibility in our work, and our meeting today continued to embody these themes. Notably, the Caltrans Division of Local Assistance shared the latest statistics on project delivery and obligation authority utilization for the state. Included in the update, local assistance shared strategies to improve the state's obligation authority utilization, as we aren't exactly where we'd like to be at this point in the year. Further, Caltrans Division of Budgets shared the latest updates on their efforts to utilize all available funding to the state and the regions, ensuring we collectively avoid losing any federal funds that are available to us. The RTPAs remain committed to delivering on our projects to meet our goals and will continue to work with Caltrans and CTC staff to explore and recommend any new areas of opportunity to make sure we get there. Still on the theme of federal funding, the Caltrans Office of the Federal Liaison shared the latest updates on their efforts, workshops, and ways to coordinate as we prepare for the next federal transportation reauthorization package. I think it's fair to say we're all on pins and needles with regard to what the next reauthorization package may look like. So the RTPAs are eager to support and engage with Caltrans and the CTC throughout this process. And combined with our commitment to delivering on our federal funds, we are eager to do our part in putting California in the strongest position as we move toward the next reauthorization. On agenda-specific items, I'd like to express the RTPA's support for the staff recommendations for the second cycle of the LTCAP program and the 2024 California Natural Resources Mitigation Program, and thank Rebecca Light and Naveen Habib, respectively, for their efforts in advancing both of these programs to this important milestone. That concludes my update from the RTPAs. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Any public comment?
We did not receive any request to comment on the item. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anything from the dais? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
On to item 11, Rural Task Force, Aaron Hoyt.
Good afternoon, Chair Grisby, Vice Chair Falcone, Executive Director Taylor, Commissioners, and Senator Cortese. My name is Aaron Hoyt, Deputy Executive Director for Nevada County Transportation Commission and the Chair for the Rural Counties Task Force representing the 26 rural regional transportation planning agencies and local transportation commissions. We met with CTC and Caltrans staff on March 14th for our last meeting. We had a number of good conversations and learned about various updates of ongoing work across the state. But for today, I really wanted to focus my comments in on kind of just two areas. First being the State Highway Systems Management Plan, and the second being CAPTI 2.0. At our March meeting, we were lucky enough to have Mike Johnson from Caltrans attend and present on the State Highway Systems Management Plan, and I really want to thank Mike for the presentation. It was very informative. We learned a lot of information about the State Highway Systems Management Plan. Also learned about some of the ongoing research that UC Davis is doing on the topic of wildfires and evacuation studies, or evacuation planning. And really, as a result, I think what we learned is it's going to be very difficult to really incorporate anything on that topic into this version of the 2025 State Highway Systems Management Plan. And our CTF recognizes that. However, I'm not really sure if a lot of the rural regional agencies and residents in high fire-prone areas can really wait until all the general plans across the state update their safety elements in their general plans. I don't think the residents, in those areas would find that a good answer, a good solution to the immediate and annual problem. So I have a little proposal to put forward for conversations. The proposal is that the RCTF, working in coordination with Caltrans, CalSTA, OES, that we develop a sub-working group or a working group. So this working group can be made up of a variety of different players who talk about this sector of wildfires and evacuations. We all have different roles. We all have different perspectives. And I think through this effort, we can really start to understand the kind of the broader implications of these efforts. How do we take them from wildfire evacuations in terms of resources? Who's involved? How do you move people during these events? What are the evacuation routes, the analysis that happens? But more importantly, what are the improvements that might be needed? They could be as simple as some of the techniques used in El Dorado County and Placerville that were talked about at the last workshop. They could be something more of contraflow lanes in areas where they don't have a series of signals. So I think there's a lot that we can really learn from that, improve on our general understanding, and start to work towards a framework that might be utilized statewide that we could then maybe roll into the 2027 statewide or state highway systems management plan. So I think, at least that's an offer to start talking, and it's not too terribly intensive at this point in time, as I envision. The second item that I wanted to bring up was the adoption of CAPTI 2.0, and we'd like to thank Darwin Masavi for all the conversations that we've had during the development of that. We were appreciative of the inclusion of the strategy 2.2 that really aims at analyzing VMT analysis for rural areas and developing mitigation guidance. This is a topic that the Rural Counties Task Force has been really pushing on CalSTA and Caltrans to, let's talk about this, let's try to get it right for rural areas, recognizing there are some differences. There may be some similarities too in certain areas, but there's definitely some differences to acknowledge and to work towards. And I think what can help during the implementation of this strategy and other strategies in CAPTI is the release of the rural-induced demand study, the analysis and research that was done as part of that, and the recommendations that come out of it. I think all that can really help us continue these conversations and work towards a meaningful implementation of that strategy. So with that, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to present today, and I look forward to our continued conversations.
All right, thank you so much. Any public comment?
We did not receive any requests to comment.
All right, anything from the dais? Commissioner Tiffany.
Yeah, thank you. Aaron, thank you for that report, and I think your suggestion of potentially working together statewide to come up with evacuation plans within each county, particularly in the rural areas, I think it's an excellent one. I know that the way it works now is that each community, each county is responsible for their own response, which I understand, but with limited resources many times in rural areas, I think it's incumbent upon us all to ensure that every community is prepared. So look forward to hearing more about that, and I'm sure our commission would be happy to be involved in that, if I can speak for everyone up here. Also, I just wanted to thank you and everyone, Rural Task Force, for the excellent rural induced demand study that was done. Took me quite some time to wade through it. There's a lot of substance there, but anyway, it was very well done, and I think it will be very helpful to every agency as we go forward, understanding that indeed one size does not fit all. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Any other comments from the dais? Thank you so much for your report.
Thank you.
Item 12 has been withdrawn, so that means we're going to item 13, Equity Initiatives Update. Sequoia.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tab 13 features our standing equity updates item. I'm going to provide you all a brief recap of our March 11th through 12th Equity Advisory Committee kickoff meetings, and then I will hand it over to Committee Member Andres Ramirez. So on March 11th through 12th, last week, the Interagency Equity Advisory Committee held a 2-day kickoff orientation and business meeting in Sacramento. Many thanks to my colleagues Sasha Linker from the Commission and Carolyn Abrams and Camille Randolph at Caltrans for their great leadership and hard work in coordinating what I think was a great kickoff event. It was really wonderful to be able to offer our members 2 days of in-person or hybrid opportunities to work together and to get to know one another. and it was held at the Caltrans headquarters in Sacramento and at the Sacramento Regional Transit Boardroom. At our meetings, members had opportunities to introduce themselves and review their roles and responsibilities. They also received an overview of our committee charter, better understood how the committee functions as an advisory body to CalSTA, Caltrans, and the Commission, and had a chance to review governance policies and procedures, including the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act and Robert's Rules of Order. During day 2, the committee held a business meeting to elect our chair and vice chair, as has been mentioned several times today. The committee also had an opportunity to learn about committee and subcommittee achievements in the last year and deliberate next steps for furthering the development of a mission and vision statement and foundational principles for improving equitable outcomes in transportation. It's a mouthful. And key topics that members identified wanting to focus on in the next year include complete streets, walkability, transportation funding, the master plan for aging, safety, and climate resiliency. Just a couple of things. So excited to have Martha Armas Kelly as our chair and Ana Gonzalez as our vice chair. They will each serve 1-year terms. Our next business and executive meeting will be held in conjunction with the May Commission meeting, so please stay tuned. And there you will receive reports on progress made on the vision statement and also on some subcommittee updates. That concludes my remarks, and I'll now hand it over to Andres Ramirez, but remain for questions afterwards.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Andres Ramirez. Thanks for having me. As was mentioned, I am part of the Equity Advisory Committee. I'm also Executive Director for People for Mobility Justice. We're a community-based organization based here in Los Angeles County with a focus on raising consciousness on mobility justice for communities of color throughout the county, and making sure that people are included in the planning process and that are benefiting from the investments coming to the communities. Next slide, please. Our organization was founded in 2012, so we've been around for a little bit. It was originally a project actually started by Commissioner Lugo called City of Lights, in which we were giving out bike lights to bicyclists going through the community of Pico Union, because we noticed people that were riding in our community were riding not for recreational reasons, but because that was their form of transportation, and they didn't have things like helmets, things like lights, right? We also helped to develop what's it called, culturally relevant curriculum for bike safety for day laborers in the Pico Union area. Also helped to advocate for a bike lane in downtown around for those community members. That was the origin of our community, but it's evolved into becoming really a leader around this concept of mobility justice. And I wanted to just start off with defining what we mean with mobility justice. It's a terminology that's starting to become a lot more, heard around the state. I'm glad to hear, right? What we mean with it is the ability and freedom of all people to move through space in a just and safe way, regardless of race, gender, identity, and/or class. We think that's a very important statement to say, especially the times we live in these days, especially in this state. We see our state as being a leader and resistance to what's happening in the rest of the country. And we appreciate all of your leadership in this. We also see it as the ability of people to move through space, not defined solely by transportation issues. People moving, the way that people move is not just a silo thing, right? People are moving to go to work, to go to school, to go to the doctors. They're worried about their housing situation. They're worried about their health. They're impacted by the climate. So it's intersectional, right? And that's why we're not labeled as simply a transportation equity organization. We're talking about mobility justice because it encompasses all these things. People in our community are addressing these issues simultaneously. We don't get the luxury of we'll just focus on transportation today and we'll worry about our housing tomorrow, right? All of it's happening simultaneously. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, our mission is to seek critical consciousness about mobility justice for all communities. And our vision is for all people to have the freedom and resources to move in public spaces with love and dignity. And that's a key part, right? Love and dignity. We want to uplift those values. Unfortunately, everything these days seems to be about, hate and, privatization, right? And selfishness. And we're about community. We're about uplifting each other, all of us. And that's something that's very important for our community. Next slide, please. So one of the ways in which we approach this work is through principles that we help to craft, called the Mobility Justice Principles, or the 5Ds. One being decolonize. Any urban planner design and decision-making will be rooted in the ancestral land in which we work, live, and play to honor indigenous people as well as the native flora and fauna. It's important that we take note of these things, right? We are on unceded lands, and it takes more than just recognition of that. It's action, right? And how we're building, how we're engaging people when we're talking about the needs of the state. Decongest. Everyone will have access to transportation and streets that value their lives. Such a simple statement, but it's so important, right? In Los Angeles County, there's an epidemic of, hit and runs, right? People's lives are not being respected, even though they got hit by a car. You know what I'm saying? It's a morals thing for our communities that we need to really reinvest thought into. 3, decriminalize. Black, brown, and undocumented people have the freedom to move in public spaces without state harassment, deportation, or death. That's a really relevant statement these days, especially with the presence of ICE in our communities, the amount of fear is created for people in our communities, and their ability to move in the corridors in our streets, right, to do their daily business. Dignify. People who are houseless, disabled, LGBTQIA, underground economy workers, have the freedom and respect for their lives and resources needed to support their well-being. Respecting people's ability to make a living, right, regardless of their class. Class is something that's often unspoken about, right? But there's privilege that's continued to be overridden over the rights of people that are poor, right? And lastly, dream. BIPOC communities have the right to self-determination, to have a voice at the table when we're talking about what's the plan for the future. And that's something that we really is an important part of our work, bridging together the skill sets that are obviously very important from engineers and planners and everybody else, but also the expertise of people who live in the communities that are being impacted by projects. They know their streets, they know their communities, they know the needs. And it is very possible to have collective conversation to create the most effective and sustainable plan to move forward. And that's something that we really champion, that we really try to model, and we want to, make it replicable across the state. Next slide, please. In terms of the Equity Advisory Committee, I've been in the committee now for a few months. One, I appreciate wholeheartedly that this commission even exists. It's a very important piece for the state to have real conversation about equity and for it to be more than just lip service. That's something that has occurred, unfortunately, in our state. People have come savvy, equity is the sexy language, and as long as we say equity, you're good, right? But it's more than that, right? It's recognizing what do you mean with equity, and how does that equity actually play out? What are the results that are being addressed? As a committee, one of the first things that we've been working on is developing clear principles of what we mean with transportation equity. Taking into account historical factors, but also taking into account what are actionable and accountable measures that need to be taken. And give that as advice to all the commissions that we're here to support. We're very proud to support y'all because we see the diversity. That's a rarity in a lot of states. I've been in these spaces before, right? And I really appreciate that. We're also looking to establish mission and vision for our committee. Hopefully, it's something that's going to last longer than all of our terms, right? And so we want to make sure that it's something that's grounded, that has a clear goal of what we're trying to accomplish, and that is revisited constantly. Previously to sitting on the EAC, I had the opportunity to sit for the Disadvantaged Communities Advisory Council for the CPUC. And through that process, I learned that's a very important step, right? Of, establishing goals for the committee that outlive your term and that could continue past the life of what you're doing in that space. And so other people from the state who sit in those committees are grounded in what they're doing and their time is as efficient and effective as possible.
Andres, if you could slow down just a bit for the translation services.
Sorry.
Thank you.
My apologies. And then lastly, and I've heard this touched upon today by several of the reports, California's diversity requires diverse solutions. What I mean with that is that the solutions that we create to address equity in urban areas are going to be a lot different from rural areas. They're going to be a lot different from the high north area, from the desert communities. And we need to be flexible to address them in all these manners, right? And I know that's a very difficult task for a state to take on, but it's something that's necessary. And the more localized that these solutions can be created, the more effective and sustainable they're going to be. And that's something that through the AAC we hope to really codify in a way that allows y'all to really be able to lead that front for the agencies to implement these projects that are being proposed in a way that's going to be beneficial for the residents, all residents of California. Next slide, please. I want to thank you for the time, and have my contact info on there, and welcome any questions.
Thank you so much, Andres. Any public comment?
Not seeing any request to comment at this time.
All right, thank you. Anything from the dais? Commissioner Bradshaw.
Andres, welcome to the team. Great work, Sequoia. Great report as always. And I don't think Martha's here today, but fantastic job. A couple things you said that urged me to want to share today. You talked about how in a number of cases things are tracking towards hate. And you illuminated well those of us in our communities, broadly speaking, left out, treated unfairly. I'm a labor organizer since 1985. And while I'm proud of that, that was born out of my own experience growing up. But there's an oldie. I don't always look to the past. I think it's important we look to the future. But there's an old slogan. It's probably about 150 years old now from the labor movement, that an injury to one is an injury to all. And the work that the committee is doing, but I would say to all of my brothers and sisters on the commission here, it is more important than ever. It's always important and should be foundational. It's more important than ever that we look towards pulling up, not pushing out. Supportive, but not to preach at and direct. Empower, don't disempower. And for all of us, that truly an injury to one and an injury to all, that any of those of us that are left out or shut down, and speaking straight from a working class perspective here, if I may, that it hurts us all. Bold moves, bold leadership, engaging as much as we can in critical thought, using passion, as opposed to anger. Maybe a little anger sometimes is appropriate. I'll speak for myself there. But just want to say more than ever that, hey, it's not the time for despair, I would say. It's a time to be motivated, to be agitated in a good way, and then move that to action, but to make sure that we're involving everyone in that process. And the work that the committee keeps doing here and taking it to a new level, which was shown today, anything this commissioner can do to help within the commission and beyond, count this commissioner in your corner. So thank you for your great report today, and welcome to the team. And Sequoia, just masterful job. I really mean it, pulling everyone together. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Bradshaw. Commissioner Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and just want to echo the same sentiment shared by the Commissioner. Welcome aboard. Your comments were spot on, and I really don't like the direction the EAC is moving into. I think we all will agree that justice, environmental justice, is grounded in the thought that nobody is left behind. Right? That we take into account California's very diverse demographic, our diverse workforce, our diverse geography, and our very diverse transportation needs. You know, we live in a great state, but it's very different in every corner. And we look forward to working with you to address all of those needs. I know this commission is committed to building on some successes that the committee has had. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Lugo.
Thank you, Chair. Andres, just wanted to be able to say how much I appreciate your thought partnership and leadership around mobility justice. And, you know, one thing I was noticing as you were going through the 5Ds was the voice of Rio Oshas, who was a really key thinker, someone based in the LA area. I know their family was impacted by the Eaton fire, so going through a time of uncertainty now, and but their participation, not only in leadership, not only in People for Mobility Justice in creating those 5Ds, but also in the Equity Advisory Roundtable that preceded the creation of the Interagency Transportation Equity Advisory Committee. So I just wanted to give a little shout out from the dais to Rio, wherever they're holding it down, and you know, highlight the fact that relationships are so key to how we figure out this muddle of moving from vision to operationalizing transformative ideas. It's really hard. It's really hard to figure it out. And Andres is someone who has helped me, you know, struggle through that for the last decade. So just really appreciate your contributions here.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair Falcon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Andres, for being part of the Equity Advisory Committee. I don't really have that much more to add to my brother and sister commissioners. They've said it well and very wisely, and very excited about the energy that you bring to the committee. And I just want to really honor the work that the EAC staff with our commission and CALSTA and Caltrans in bringing in this new cohort of members to the EAC, building up on the work that was done with the previous iteration of EAC members, or some of them that are still at the EAC, but really excited about the new leadership as well, and look forward to hearing all the work that you're all going to be doing. We are partners with you, and we really take heed of the work and feedback and perspectives that you and your colleagues at the EAC bring to our commission. So thank you.
Thanks so much, and welcome aboard.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Oh, did you want to? Yes, Commissioner Tiffany.
Yeah, there's not a lot I can add to the very articulate comments. I just wanted to say, coming from a old white man's perspective, it's just such a pleasure to be up here with my fellow commissioners and to hear from people like yourself and others from Equity Advisory, where we're celebrating diversity as opposed to denigrating it on a federal level. And just on a daily basis prior to coming here today, just being battered daily. And anyway, it's just a pleasure, and it makes me have hope for society by hearing people like yourself and my fellow commissioners and others that have spoken. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Commissioner Tiffany, and thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Yes, we can.
Indeed. It's a pretty. I think we're done with this one. So item 14, Justin.
Great. Good afternoon, commissioners. I'm hiding over here on the side. Tab 14 is the update on state and federal legislative matters. The bill introduction deadline passed on February 21st, and as of now, commission staff are tracking a couple dozen bills as listed in the attachment to the book item. Policy committees in the Senate and Assembly have begun to meet and consider bills, and the deadline for bills to pass out of policy committees in the House of Origin is May 9th. At this time, staff is not recommending the Commission adopt any positions on bills. We will continue to monitor these bills in committee hearings and will provide future updates to the Commission. Briefly on federal matters, over the weekend, the President signed a continuing resolution that funds the federal government through the end of the federal fiscal year. The continuing resolution largely maintains spending levels from federal fiscal year 2024, with no significant changes to existing transportation program funding levels. Commission staff continues to engage with federal, state, and local partners to identify any impacts to state transportation programs and projects resulting from federal executive action. At this time, there are no significant impacts to programs under the Commission's purview, but we will continue to update the Commission and our partners if there are any changes to formula or discretionary programs. And this concludes my report.
All right, thank you, Justin. Any public comment?
There's no request to comment on the item.
Anything from the dais? Past Chair Guardino.
If I may, thank you, Chair Grisby. Justin, as always, excellent report. We appreciate all the good work that you and your colleagues do on this. One of the great benefits of this commission is to have two very active and engaged ex officio members from the legislature, each the chairs of their house's transportation committee. So if I may, Chair Cortese, and I don't know if Chair Wilson is on the line, I always benefit when you provide your perspective as well on what is going through your committees in the legislature that you think need the attention of our staff and commission. Hate to put you on the spot. Please stay safe in whatever vehicle you're in at the moment. But if you have any comments now or later, I know I would benefit from them.
Senator Cortez.
Thank you very much. Sure.
I think we have a bad connection, unfortunately.
Yeah, I will comment later.
We'll go to public comment and try to come back to you, sir. Any public comment?
There was no request to comment on the item.
Okay. Let's try one more time, Senator.
Comments, stationary,
Sorry, still can't hear you, unfortunately.
Perhaps at a different time on our agenda, he can weigh in with any insights or counsel he has.
I would love that, personally. Thank you. All right.
It looks like you're flying a helicopter, sir.
Anyone else from the dais? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to item 15. Rebecca.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Just checking to make sure you can hear me.
Oh, we can.
Wonderful. Commissioners, tab 15 is an action item to adopt the 2025 Local Transportation Climate Adaptation Program. Staff recommendations were publicly posted to the Commission's website on February 7th, 2025. In June 2024, the Commission adopted the 2025 program guidelines. This competitive program dedicates funding to support the development and implementation of adaptation projects to increase the resiliency of existing surface transportation infrastructure and communities, particularly climate vulnerable populations, to natural hazards and disasters, including changing climate conditions. This program supports activities relating to resiliency improvements, community resilience and evacuation route enhancements, and at-risk coastal infrastructure. The federal Promoting Resilient Operations for Transformative, Efficient, and Cost-Saving Transportation, or PROTECT, formula program supports this program's funding for this second cycle. The program also received a one-time state appropriation of $148 million under Senate Bill 198, which was entirely programmed in Cycle 1. The second cycle of this program encompasses fiscal years 2026 through 27 through 2027-28, with a total programming capacity of $90.7 million. By the Friday, August 30th due date, the Commission received 15 project nominations totaling $261.64 million in funding requests and representing over $688 million in total project costs. The evaluation process consisted of 10 trained volunteer evaluators comprised of Commission and Caltrans staff divided into 2 teams. Each eligible nominations received scores from each evaluator, which formed the basis for the team consensus score. After team evaluations, leaders from each of the teams met to discuss the 2 sets of team scores and to assign ultimate consensus scores. Staff recommends 8 projects for programming in the 2025 LTCAP. Now, I would like to turn your attention to the accompanying PowerPoint, which provides a brief overview of the Cycle 2 staff recommendations and project highlights. Next slide, please. This first slide, Project Purpose, illustrates the 3 program goals each funded nomination must support as demonstrated throughout the application narrative. Next slide, please. This illustration outlines the 3 requirements each application must meet within its narrative. The corresponding blue boxes are the evaluation criteria of which each application is scored. Next slide, please. This slide demonstrates the overall funding that supported this program and details the specific funding capacity of this cycle. As I mentioned previously, this program provided $400.5 million in funding overall, which combined $252.5 million in federal Protect formula funds and a one-time appropriation of $148 million in state funds. The first cycle programmed $309,271,000 in 2023, which utilized the entire of the state appropriation and 161 of the available Protect funding. For cycle 2, the remaining $90.7 million in Protect formula funding is recommended for programming for those 8 projects. Next slide, please. Now I'm excited to highlight a few of the recommended projects. Next slide, please. The first is the Red Mire Road Extension Project nominated by the County of Mendocino, which builds upon the first 2 phases funded by the LTCAP in Cycle 1. This project will construct a 2-lane arterial all-weather bridge across the Russian River at the northern terminus of Red Mire Road and connect to North State Street and nearby Highway 101. This new connection provides an alternative route to the only egress 3 miles south, facilitating quicker evacuations for residents in nearby subdivisions and the tribal lands of the Goodaville Rancheria in the event of a wildfire or flooding. Next slide, please. The Interstate 80 and Aquatic Park Lagoon Subsurface Culvert Project, nominated by the City of Berkeley, will replace 7 vitrified clay pipes that serve as subsurface culverts or tidal tubes constructed in the 1930s. 5 tubes run beneath I-80, transferring tidal waters between the San Francisco Bay and the man-made Aquatic Park Lagoon, a recreational and ecological site. When cleaned in 2020, these tubes were found to have extensive cracking and deterioration and are expected to fail by 2030. Replacement of these tubes with concrete piping will avoid potential subsidence and flooding of I-80, as well as on Boulevard Drive within the Aquatic Park and 2nd Street in West Berkeley. Next slide, please. The LA Metro A-Line Overhead Catenary Resiliency Upgrade Project, nominated by the Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority, will replace 24.2 miles of existing catenary cables with auto-tensioning cable wires, preventing the lines from sagging during high heat days. When exposed to temperatures above 95 degrees Fahrenheit, the wires begin to expand and sag, leading to a loss of connection to the trains. Replacing these wires with that auto-tensioning system will maintain the efficient transfer of energy and prevent lines tangling or breaking. Next slide, please. This is just the recommendations table that I had mentioned was posted publicly to the website on February 7th. Next slide, please. And this is the program information, contact information. Next slide, please. Commissioners, it is important to note that adopting these recommendations will naturally conclude this important and unique Aegis-supported climate resiliency program unless it is reauthorized in the next federal appropriation bill or permanently funded through the California State Legislature. With the conclusion of this PowerPoint, staff recommends your approval of the 2025 Local Transportation Climate Adaptation Program.
All right, thank you, Rebecca. I know we have public comment, but let's check to see if there's any online comment first.
Yes, thank you. We do have requests from some of our virtual attendees to comment on this item. I see 3 hands raised at this time. I'd like to first call on Alan Abshez.
Good
Alan,
afternoon,
you can start.
Chairperson Grisby, members of the Commission. My name is Alan Abshez. I'm the chairperson of the City of Berkeley's Parks, Recreation, and Waterfront Commission. I'm here to urge the Commission to approve staff's recommendation to provide funding to the Interstate 80 Aquatic Park Lagoon Subsurface Culvert Resiliency Project. As you've heard from staff, the project's necessary to protect I-80, which is an integral part of the wider Bay Area transportation network and serves as a major route for 250,000 trips a day. The project will renovate 7 existing subsurface culverts underneath I-80 to prevent potential sinkholes across the Bay Area's most congested interstate. That culvert system is projected to fail by 2030 in the absence of repair. The subsurface culvert provides stormwater drainage to the City of Berkeley's streets through Berkeley's Aquatic Park Lagoon, and should they fail, West Berkeley would be at risk of flooding. It's important to note that within a short distance of the project site, there are several disadvantaged communities who suffer high rates of poverty, pollution, traffic, and asthma, and who are dependent on the I-80 corridor for access to employment, schools, and services. By renovating the culverts and boosting their resiliency, the project will not only protect I-80, but it will also support the aquatic park and its lagoon, which is one of the largest and most popular parks in Berkeley. When excess water from storage can't drain through the culverts, the estuarine habitat value of the lagoon suffers. Accordingly, the project will not only protect I-80, but also preserve a valuable subtidal, tidal, and upland aquatic habitat that's an important resource for birds, fish, and invertebrate species. We thank for staff's support for this project and urge the Commission to approve funding for the project. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for joining us. Next comment.
Up next, we have Bill Grigsby.
Bill, you can begin.
Yeah, hi, my name is Bill Grigsby. I'm a principal engineer with the City of Anaheim. I too would like to urge approval of this funding. The La Palma Avenue Storm Drain Improvement and Resiliency Project would make a huge difference for the neighborhood. There's 2 schools that get flooded during the 2-year storm events, and it creates a hazard for pedestrians, vehicles, children, and multimodal transportation. And this funding would allow us to improve the flooding conditions and provide some water quality improvements for the neighborhood as well. I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Nafili Barrett.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Nafili Barrett. I'm the Executive Director of the Mendocino Council of Governments. I want to speak in support of staff recommendations and encourage your approval. This includes a new access route extending Redemeyer Road in the Ukiah Valley area of Mendocino County. It will improve access for residential and tribal areas that are in an area that is really at risk for fire, but also the current access to that area is also prone to flooding. Mendocino County is a very rural area, so we have limited funding resources. So something like this, a competitive grant like this, makes a huge difference and is really the only way that Mendocino County is able to fund a project of this magnitude. And I also want to thank staff who's been so helpful throughout both the initial LTCAP round one and this one. So thank you, and I encourage your support and encourage your approval.
All right, thank you for joining us.
And that concludes all requests we received from our virtual attendees.
All right, thank you. I have one card here, Patricia Chen from LA Metro. Hello.
Good afternoon, Chair Grisby and Vice Chair Falcone and Commissioners and Director Taylor. It's nice to see you guys again. I'm born and raised in Long Beach, so it's really neat to have you on home territory. LA Metro would like to express our support for the staff recommendations. The Local Transportation Climate Adaptation Program is a very important program because, for one reason, it's one of the few sources of funds available to enhance the resilience of California's transportation infrastructure to climate-related hazards. Every day there is more news to remind us of the importance of this work. In the 2024 LTCAP, as staff mentioned, Commission received 15 applications, and we're so pleased that 2 of the applications are for projects located in Los Angeles County. The first, which staff described very well, thank you so much, is the LA Metro A-Line Overhead Catenary System Resiliency Upgrade Project. And the other is the El Monte Flood Mitigation and Storm Drain Resilience Project. We are grateful for this funding opportunity and hopeful that additional funds and funding sources can be brought to bear on these important needs as the state continues to face a need for climate adaptation to safeguard vulnerable infrastructure. I would like to thank the Commission staff for helping us understand the guidelines and the layers of legislation that they're based on, and for your encouragement along the way. And thank you for your consideration.
All right, thank you for joining us. Any questions or comment from the dais? I see past Chair Gardino.
Thank you, Chair Grisby. First of all, Rebecca and team, great job. Really thoughtful work, transparently delivered, a lot of proactive outreach, and great results with projects that are vitally needed. Second, I just want to state the obvious and the irony. The concern that we're at a time when climate adaptation for transportation will only grow in importance while the dedicated funding source is going away. The commitment at all levels of government for funding for these types of projects should be growing with the need. This is literally the case of a stitch in time saves 9, and we are going to have to pause this program that's providing so much value. So again, thank you to our staff team for bringing us quality projects, for working with our cities and counties and towns to help them bring quality projects forward. I'm just saddened that we are now having to close this out at this time.
+1. Any other comment from the dais? Seeing none, is there a motion?
Also move.
Moved by Tiffany, seconded by Bradshaw. Is there any votes in favor? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? Motion passed. Now we have time for our break. We're going to take a 10-minute break starting now. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. That means a lot. Yeah, thank you.
I mean, you should.
Starting back in a minute. 1 minute.
usually pretty prompt, so I'm surprised he's not.
All right, let's call back to order.
Give us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I need 3 more commissioners for you to take action. I need 3 more. We don't have a quorum.
Okay, we need 3 more commissioners to come back.
I need at least 1 more. We need
Commissioners, please make your way back to the dais. All right, we're going to call back to order. We now have a quorum. Naveen? All right, we're going to come back to order. Naveen, you're up next.
if you keep talking over them, they'll eventually.
All right. Item 16, Naveen, please begin.
Tab 16 is an action item to approve the 2024 Environmental Enhancement and Mitigation Program, or EEM program for short. The Commission awards annual grants to fund projects as recommended by the California Natural Resources Agency, which develops and adopts procedures to determine eligibility, evaluates project proposals, recommends projects for funding to the Commission, and manages the grants post-award. For the 2024 program grant cycle, the California Natural Resources Agency evaluated 25 applications and recommends programming 10 projects for a total of $7,543,531. 5 of the recommended projects contribute to California's 30 by 30 commitment to conserve and restore biodiversity, expand access to nature, and mitigate and build resilience to climate change. I will present the allocation request later under tab 99. I want to recognize Jennifer Thomas and Jen Meets, who manage this program at the California Natural Resources Agency, for their hard work and commitment to ensuring this program's success, and for communicating with Commission staff timely and effectively each year. Commission staff has reviewed this request and recommends your approval of tab 16.
Thank you, Naveen. Any public comment?
We did not receive any request to comment on the item.
All right, anything from the dais? Seeing none, is there a motion? Motion for approval by Bradshaw, seconded by Vice Chair Falcon. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention? Motion passes. On to item 17, CAPTI 2.0. Matthew.
Thank you, Chair Grisby and commissioners and Tanisha. I am over here in the left corner in case you were looking for me. But yes, good afternoon, commissioners. Tab 17 is an action item to approve a resolution in support of the second iteration of the Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure Framework's commitment to addressing climate change, equity, active transportation, public health, and the reduction of congestion through innovative strategies designed to encourage people to shift modes, each within the existing statutory framework for funding transportation projects. This second iteration of the Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure is known as CAPTI 2.0. Specifically, the Commission resolution on CAPTI 2.0 directs Commission staff through the Commission's public guidelines development process to work towards updating the appropriate program guidelines to address implementing relevant CAPTI 2.0 strategies. Before I present the resolution to Commissioners, I'm going to introduce Darwin Musavi, CalSTA's Deputy Secretary of Environmental Policy and Housing Coordination. Darwin is going to provide a brief overview of the CAPTI 2.0 document and describe the process that CalSTA endeavored to get it published back on February 28th of this year. Following Darwin's presentation, I will present my recommendation to Commissioners, and any questions or comments for either of us can be considered at that time. With that, I'm going to hand it over to you, Darwin.
Thank you, Matthew. And hello again, Commissioners. Thank you for having me back to talk about CAPTI. I will keep this brief, but just wanted to give you all a quick update since the last conversation we had in December as to where we landed with the CAPTI 2.0 update, to give you that context and background as you consider your resolution. Next slide, please. So as mentioned, the CAPTI 2.0 update was released by CalSTA in February, just a few weeks ago. The plan includes the original 10 guiding principles, but then 4 new strategies and 14 actions to implement those guiding principles in that framework. And those initiatives that we're taking on, we plan to implement by the end of 2026, so by the end of the current administration. Just wanted to take a moment while we're talking about this framework to both thank all the stakeholders for the extensive feedback and engagement over the last year, and then specifically to thank the Commission and Commission staff for the partnership that we've had, as well as Caltrans leadership and staff in getting to this point. And our teams have worked very closely together to consider all the various perspectives and ensure that we're moving a plan forward that helps further these goals while also taking into account all the differences we have as a state. Next slide, please. So I specifically wanted to take the time to highlight 3 actions here. So we received feedback from stakeholders on numerous actions, but I would say that these 3 actions probably made up, if I were to put a percentage on it, about 80 to 90% of the public comment and feedback we received from stakeholders in terms of areas of concern. And so we've made updates to these 3 actions based on stakeholder feedback and input from all of you at the December meeting and at the joint meeting in November. So just wanted to take a moment to highlight some of the changes we've made on some of these actions. So for the Solutions for Congested Corridors CAPTI action, that originally was a VMT neutrality requirement at a project level, that has been changed to be a VMT neutrality target at a programmatic level to acknowledge the need for flexibility and the difference between regions. We may see VMT reducing projects that reduce significant VMT in certain regions, but other regions may have a harder time competing with similar projects, just given the nature of development and land use across the state. However, we still want to strive towards that VMT neutrality goal as a whole. So we're making that a target, and through our Minnesota Transportation Institute report in over the original iteration of CAPTI, we found that we were actually very close to VMT neutrality in solutions for congested corridors, so we think that we should hopefully be able to get there in the future. The next action on the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program guidelines, this action is to mitigate passenger VMT impacts of trade corridor enhancement projects in order for them to be more competitive. That continues to be part of this action, but we've made very clear in the update that goods movement and geographic equity and competitiveness, which have always been cornerstones of this program, will continue to be the key considerations as we work to implement that. And then the last one here that I've highlighted is we originally had an action that suggested that we would move to put the CAPTI guiding principles in statute as a way to ensure future administrations, that CAPTI continues into future administrations. Based on stakeholder feedback and some concerns folks raise, we've changed that language to say that we'll explore opportunities to preserve the implementation of CAPTI guiding principles, to leave the door open for other conversations and suggestions on how best to do that as we move forward. So I wanted to highlight some of those changes, and thanks folks for the feedback that we've received. We believe that these updates to the actions hopefully provide further flexibility and recognize that one size doesn't fit all across the state, while also helping move forward on the climate goals that we so desperately need to continue working towards. So wanted to highlight those for you all. Next slide. Wanted to also mention a few other actions here that I think are key actions in the plan. We do have an action to create a displacement policy to avoid housing takings in disadvantaged communities caused by projects on the state highway system. I think this is a key and critical initiative to really not only center equity in our work, but also think about the housing shortage we have here in the state of California. Next, we have an action to improve VMT analysis and mitigation of rural projects. Really pleased to hear about the workshop that the Commission is hosting to talk about those various tools and how to improve that work. Caltrans will be committing to improving their analysis on rural projects. And then wanted to also highlight the action we have to create a publicly accessible and searchable database of projects under development on the state highway system. I think we've heard from stakeholders in the past that once things are funded, there are project lists. It's easy to figure out what the Commission has voted on and funded, but in terms of what folks might be working on that haven't yet gotten to that funding phase, it can often be really challenging to navigate and get clear information. So hopefully this database helps with that. So just some highlights there on actions for you all. If you go to the next slide. And so in terms of implementation and where we go from here, I wanted to reiterate a couple points. One is to emphasize that this is not the end of engagement and input from stakeholders on these actions. In fact, in some ways, it's just the beginning when it comes to the specific actions and their implementation process. Each of these actions will go through their own process through Caltrans, CTC, or CalSTA, depending on the lead action to be implemented. So for example, the CTC-led actions on the SB1 competitive guidelines programs, those will obviously go through the SB1 guidelines update process, and Commission staff will bring those actions into those discussions and get further stakeholder input as to how best to implement the intent of the action in a way that works within that specific program. So there'll be further opportunity for stakeholder engagement through that process. In terms of our internal tracking and then ultimately reporting on the success of this work, we have already launched and had a kickoff meeting internally with the leads from CTC, Caltrans, and CalSTA on the implementation of the 14 actions. We'll plan to do quarterly tracking of the work to ensure that it's all moving smoothly, and then ultimately we'll put together a implementation progress report that will be published by CalSTA in fall of 2026 on the status of the actions before the end of the administration. With that, I will turn it back over to Matthew.
Thank you, Darwin. So yes, I want to note that there are many strategies in CAPTI that complement the Commission's commitment to address climate change, equity, active transportation, safety, public health, and the reduction of congestion through innovative strategies designed to encourage people to use multiple travel modes. It's also important to mention that CAPTI acknowledges that not all transportation projects serve the same purpose or have the same results, and that there isn't a quote-unquote one-size-fits-all approach to these issues. After the first iteration of CAPTI was published back in July 2021, the Commission adopted Resolution G2160 at its August 2021 Commission meeting to commit to implementing relevant Commission-led CAPTI strategies and actions. As of CalSTA's second annual CAPTI report, issued back in 2023, the Commission had completed each of these strategies where the Commission was noted as lead agency. Similarly to the Commission's first resolution on CAPTI, I will now briefly describe the CAPTI 2.0 strategies and actions where the Commission is noted as lead agency. Strategy 2.3 is to update the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program guidelines to state that goods movement projects that mitigate their passenger vehicle miles traveled impacts are more competitive for funding. Strategy 2.4 is to update the Solutions for Congested Corridors program guidelines to target a vehicle miles traveled neutral suite of investments through continuing existing practice in guidelines to prioritize projects that reduce or minimize vehicle miles traveled. And lastly, Strategy 3.1 is to continue strengthening existing SB1 program guidelines to better account for environmental justice impacts of projects. Our next step for these strategies will be to work on program guidelines language that aligns with the CAPTI 2.0 Commission-led actions and consider such language through the Commission's public guidelines development process. This effort will begin later this fall in 2025 and will influence the changes to the Commission's upcoming 5th cycle of the SB1 program guidelines. Before any changes to guidelines become final, they will be brought back to Commissioners for approval during a Commission meeting. At this time, I would like to congratulate Darwin and Secretary Omashakin and their entire team at CalSTA on accomplishing another major milestone with the publishing of CAPTI 2.0. Developing updates to the original CAPTI document required an immense effort by their team, and the result evolves an important document to our state which outlines key strategies and actions as a framework to address California's climate crisis. CalSTA was very collaborative with the Commission on the development of the strategies in CAPTI 2.0, and I will now recommend the Commission's approval of Resolution G2531 as presented in this item.
All right, thank you, Matthew. We will first move on to online comment.
Yes, thank you. We do have a number of virtual attendees with their hand raised at this time. I'd like to first call on Robert Phipps.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman Grisby and Commissioners. My name is Robert Phipps. I'm the Executive Director with Fresno Council of Governments and Chairman of the San Joaquin Valley COG Directors Association. The San Joaquin Valley COGs would like to thank CalSTA and the CTC and its staff for the CAPTI update, and we support the CAPTI 2.0 vision and its vision for enhancing mobility and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And we've been working hard to demonstrate our commitment by leveraging programs such as ATP, TIRSIP, and SB1 funds and other eligible programs that improve our transit, bicycle, and pedestrian connectivity and networks. Given the state's budget shortfall this cycle, for example, Fresno COG itself has augmented its regional ATP program with CMAQ dollars to ensure a more robust call for projects, a strategy that I know several regions in the state have adopted as well. The Valley has committed and will continue to invest more in projects that help reduce VMT, while also understanding that VMT neutrality is not possible in our region given our lack of density and our need to drive further to hospitals, jobs, school, and work. At the same time, we also have an obligation to keep our roads safe and to finish those projects already begun in the San Joaquin Valley. State Route 99 is fundamentally a safety issue for the Valley counties it traverses, as well as an economic spine as we move into the future. We must bring our remaining counties, Madera, Merced, and Tulare, up to the 6-lane standard common throughout the rest of the valley to avoid fatalities caused by frustrated and impatient drivers who do not understand why Highway 99 is not uniform throughout our region. Additionally, projects like the State Route 41 gap closure in Fresno County, the State Route 132 West project from Modesto to San Joaquin County, or the 9958 interchange in Kern are functional, operationally important safety improvements that improve mobility overall.
Sir, your time has
should not be
expired.
cast in doubt under CAPDI. We value
Thank
public
you. Your
input and
time's up,
seek
sir.
extensive outreach.
Thank you. Up next, we have Sofia Rafikova.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Sofia Rafikova with the Coalition for Clean Air. Just wanted to take this opportunity to speak in support of the second version of the Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure and encourage the CTC to approve it today. And in particular, we strongly support the actions related to the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program and the Solutions for Congested Corridors Program. These actions would require TSIP guidelines to be updated to ensure that projects that fully mitigate their induced VMT are scored highly, and similarly to update this CCP guidelines to ensure that the suite of approved projects have a VMT neutral impact. And these actions will not only go a long way in making our transportation system more sustainable and encouraging multimodal use, but will also make sure that these programs are more effective in the long term, as the more opportunities there are for people to choose alternatives to single occupant vehicle trips, the less congestion we'll experience on the roads, and will also help reduce pollutants that are damaging our air and climate. And also I wanted to highlight that we support the CAPDI action for Caltrans to develop a director's policy focused on displacement. As we will hear in the next agenda item, highway expansions have historically significantly contributed to the displacement of homes and businesses. And California should not be further contributing to the loss of housing during a housing crisis. And this action suggested by CAPDI will help avoid future takings, especially in disadvantaged communities. So thank you again for CalSTA for updating CAPDI, and we urge CTC to approve it today. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Up next, we have Jeannie Ward-Waller.
Hello, good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Jeannie Ward-Waller on behalf of Climate Plan. I just want to say how pleased we are with CAPDI 2.0, and we strongly support the adoption of CAPDI 2.0 by the Commission. Really appreciate CalSTA's continued commitment to this framework and updating CAPDI with these new actions that really build off the progress made so far. The Climate Plan Network really looks forward to being involved in a number of these actions, and I'll just second the actions that Sophia's already highlighted that we're really excited about, and we just look forward to engaging with CalSTA, Caltrans, and CTC on the implementation of those, as well as the actions related to climate adaptation planning, to zero emission freight, and to as Sophia mentioned, the director's policy on avoiding displacement and housing takings in disadvantaged communities. Thank you very much.
Up next, we have James Pugh.
Thank you, Chair Grisby, and good afternoon, Commissioners. This is Jamie Pugh. I'm calling in on behalf of Next Gen California. I just wanted to uplift and maybe paraphrase a little bit something that immediate past Chair Guardino noted before the break, which is this sort of dark irony that as our need to confront climate change and its impacts is continuing to grow and accelerate, we're seeing some of our crucial climate programs and policies and spending come under attack. So in light of that context, NextGen is pleased that after a robust and deliberate stakeholder engagement process, the state is reaffirming its commitment to common sense climate action by adopting Climate 2.0. We believe that this action will offer stability and certainty to the direction of state transportation policy at a time that stability is much needed. So on behalf of NextGen, I'd like to align my comments with our friends at the Coalition for Clean Air and Climate Plan and voice our strong support for the adoption of CAPTI 2.0. Thank you.
Up next, we have Carter Rubin.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Thanks to staff for bringing this item before you today, just offering a me too in support of adopting CAPTI 2.0, and appreciate the Commission's support of this item. Thank you.
Up next, we have Yasi Pigo.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Jazzy Pigot, and I'm commenting on behalf of the Green Lining Institute. We at the Green Lining Institute strongly support CAPTI 2.0 and appreciate CALSTA's continuing commitment to build off the progress made so far in previous iterations of this report. In particular, we are pleased to see the Caltrans Director's policy focus on direct displacement caused by projects on the state highway system with the intent to avoid future housing takings, especially in disadvantaged communities, included in the final draft. This recommendation is important because there is a long-standing and ongoing connection between highway expansions and California's housing crisis. For decades, Black and brown communities were singled out to be bulldozed to build the state highway system. The construction of our highway state system came at the cost of evicting and demolishing thousands of people from their homes and businesses. However, I want to be clear that this is not just a problem of the past. As the SB 695 report has shown, this is an ongoing problem, with over 600 homes and businesses displaced, all primarily in communities of color. In a time when California is experiencing a severe housing crisis, it is critical that building transportation projects does not exacerbate the crisis by demolishing more homes. We appreciate CALSTA's leadership on this issue. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment, and we look forward to engaging further on this topic. Thank you very much.
Up next, we have Kiana Valentine.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Kiana Valentine on behalf of Transportation California, who would like to thank CALSTA for the positive changes it's incorporated into the final CAPTI 2.0 over the past 6 months through their robust public outreach process. We are supportive of several new strategies and associated key actions, including developing a climate adaptation planning and delivery framework, improving VMT analysis and mitigation guidance for transportation projects in rural areas, and developing a public database for projects under development on the state highway system. And while the language in the final CAPTI 2.0 around changes to the SCCP and TCEP programs have improved since the first discussion draft, I am compelled to use this opportunity to express our continued and significant concerns with the state's VMT analysis and implementation decisions, which impact what projects may or may not be funded under CAPTI revisions to these important programs. We continue to be very concerned with the reliance on the NCST calculator to evaluate VMT for projects on the state highway system, which can overestimate induced VMT, leading to excessive and costly mitigation requirements. Moreover, the state's decision to set the threshold of significance at any amount of increased VMT ignores regional differences in VMT that should be factored into the equation. Finally, as of November 2024, a draft updated VMT implementation guidance document from Caltrans proposed no firm upper limit on mitigation costs when considering the feasibility of mitigation. At a time when Californians are incredibly concerned with the cost of living and affordability in this state, and also want government to invest in transportation infrastructure improvements with a heavy focus on reducing congestion and filling potholes, it's incumbent that projects not bear the burden of unnecessary mitigation requirements and costs. Thank you.
Up next, we have Maya Inigo Anderson.
Good afternoon. Maya Inigo Anderson with Communities for a Better Environment. We also wish to state our support for the CAPTI 2.0. I want to mention specifically that vehicle miles traveled are unfortunately still increasing in California, as we saw, for example, when the CTC recently reviewed the SB 150 dashboard. which is obviously concerning as far as climate, air quality, and equity impacts. For that reason, it is essential that the CAPTI that the CAPTI 2.0 has stronger language for reducing greenhouse gas emissions and reducing VMTs. For these reasons, we're strongly in favor. I also, on a side note, want to thank the EAC and especially Andres for the excellent presentation earlier today on the work of the Equity Committee and Mobility Justice. And I also want to thank the commissioners for their warm welcome to the new EAC members.
And that concludes all virtual attendee requests to comment.
All right, thanks so much. Next, we will go to commenters in the room. First up is Otis Greer, followed by Jillian Gazzato.
Good morning, Chair Grisby and Commissioner Otis Greer with the San Bernardino County Transportation Authority. SBCTA appreciates the opportunity to provide a few remarks on the CTC resolution relating to CAPTI 2.0. Our letter to CalSTA last December highlighted many of the contributions that we have made to the 10 CAPTI guiding principles. Our efforts are extensive, so I won't repeat them here. However, as CTC seeks to incorporate the new CAPTI strategies, we hope to keep a few things top of mind. Action 2.3 states that goods movement projects that mitigate their passenger VMT impacts should be viewed as more competitive for TCP funding. We highlighted in our prior CAPTI comments that the significant burden of national goods movement falls on San Bernardino County, but freight also benefits the state's economy, given that it is extremely difficult and costly to fully mitigate VMT. Even for a freight project, the CTC should continue to put more emphasis on benefits to safety, efficiency, so that additional cost of VMT mitigation will not deter investments in important freight projects. Areas with large logistic bases like San Bernardino County need to address freight bottlenecks so that those employed in that industry, many of whom come from disadvantaged communities, can keep their businesses moving, food on the table for their families. And this is very personal to San Bernardino County, as almost a third of our employment is tied to freight industry in some way. We also try to limit ancillary VMT increases where possible, but asking for freight projects to mitigate its VMT impacts is going to be extremely difficult and costly and should not be a major factor in the TCEP. Action 1.3 involves the support for zero-emission freight as recommended by CTC's SB 671 assessment.
Thank you. Your time's up.
Oh, wow, that was quick. Sorry.
Nice to see you. Next up is Jillian Gazzato, followed by Raquel Pacheco.
Good afternoon, Chair Grisby, Vice Chair Falcone, Commissioners, Director Taylor, Senator Cortese, and Director Tavares, if you're still there. My name is Jillian Gazzato. I'm with the Riverside County Transportation Commission, RCTC. We were not shy about our concerns with the draft CAPTI 2.0. Our thanks to Deputy Secretary Musavi and the CAPTI team for listening and making modifications to the draft 2.0 actions to acknowledge some of our concerns. As the CTC considers this resolution, we ask that the Commission strongly protect the intent of SB 1 and recognize the need for equity across all regions of California. How the Commission implements SB 1 programs matters greatly to residents of Riverside County who endure long travel times due to some of the highest population and goods movement growth in the state and country. SB 1 makes unprecedented investments across all modes of the state's transportation system. Passage of SB 1 was a hard-fought compromise with something in it for everyone, and it was affirmed by California's voters. Our residents expect us to fulfill the promises made in SB 1. A policy of this significance deserves input from all who will be affected by it and who will ultimately receive these dollars to meet the policy's objectives. We ask that the Commission listen to the input of those who will ultimately receive the dollars and implement the projects that would meet the policy's objectives. Our CTC looks forward to participating in the Commission's upcoming program guidelines workshops to ensure statutory intent of the law is met and SB 1 continues to serve the transportation needs of all Californians. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next up is Raquel Pacheco, followed by Rosa De Leon Pac.
Good afternoon, Chair Grisby and Commissioners. Hello, I am Raquel Pacheco, Regional Planner at Kern Council of Governments, or KernCog. KernCog shares the state's vision for enhancing mobility and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. KernCog is an advocate of a safe, secure, and efficient transportation system. VMT neutrality is not possible in our region, given our lack of density. Trade Corridor Enhancement Program, or TCEP, was part of the funding plan for the State Route 46 expansion to 4 lanes. TCEP investment allowed for an increase in volume of freight traffic to move goods in and out of Kern County. The State Route 46 project provided safer access to the disadvantaged community of Lost Hills. VMT increased after project completion, increased the size of the community, and supported amenities such as a grocery store. KernCog values public input and has extensive outreach before developing projects. Close to half of all the projected funding over the life of KernCog's regional transportation plan is for pedestrian complete streets and bicycle improvements, transit, and rail investments. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Rosa De Leon Park, followed by Gus Corey.
Thank you, Chair Grisby and Commissioners. I am Rosa De Leon Park, the Executive Director of the Stanislaus Council of Governments. We appreciate the partnership with the CTC to deliver multimodal projects. The Stanislaus Council of Governments has made substantial investments in active transportation, transit, and rail projects. We have initiated a VMT banking system, but VMT neutrality will be difficult to achieve. Our priority is to improve safety and mobility on Highway 99, State Route 132 West, to accommodate goods movement and access for our disadvantaged residents who must drive further for their goods and services. We look forward to continuing to work together to improve safety, mobility, and access for all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next up is Gus Corey, followed by Eli Littman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, and Senator Cortese. Gus Corey here on behalf of the San Luis Obispo Council of Governments Transportation Agency for Monterey County and others along the Central Coast and San Joaquin Valley. I'll keep my comments brief. I've already burned 10 seconds. Just very briefly, just to add context, Senate Bill 1 is really new. I mean, it was enacted in 2017. It takes a while for these projects to come to fruition. That was because of the hard work, everybody up on this dais, people in the audience, a bunch of coalition partners. And so I just want to remind folks that the investments that we're making are really to take care of infrastructure that was built in the 1950s. And so when you have important arterials like US 101, the 5, when there's the Grapevine shuts down or US 101 shuts down, like has happened 24 times in the last 5 years since 2020, that we need to be able to protect our state's interests with our economic vitality while also being responsive to equity, among other things. I mean, it's fitting that we're here in Long Beach, the Port of Long Beach, and LA Complex, where 40% of all the goods go to the rest of the country, imports and exports. And so I think it's just a real challenge for us to balance, given our density, as you've heard, the size of our population, given our geographic region. The Central Coast, LA has 7 times the population of the Central Coast, over a quarter of the size. And so we just want to be able to work with this commission on solutions that actually make sense for our region, and appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Gus. Nice seeing you. Eli Littman.
Hello, Eli Littman representing Move LA. Thank you, Chair Grisby. We are Climate Plan Steering Committee member as well. We lead efforts locally to allocate funding for public transit and goods movement in LA County through Measure R and Measure M, which we passed. We strongly support CAPTI 2.0 and appreciate CalSTA's commitment to continuing the progress so far. In particular, we want to keep on this commission and on Caltrans and CalSTA on S1.2, 1.3, and S2.3. In particular, I want to talk about goods movement. 90% of our NOx comes from heavy-duty diesel trucks and equipment, fossil fuel power generation, and gasoline cars, SUVs, and pickups. Can't forget them. We need to accelerate the deployment of zero-emission electric cars, hydrogen fuel cell trucks, and renewable power. Because short-lived climate pollutants are powerful climate forcers, and CAPTI recognizes that in S1 and S2.1. 2.3. We are bearing the cost now. Somebody said, oh, this is going to cost us more in the future. The cost is here now, folks. You know this. We've worked with you on this. Healthcare costs for the mother of three in Riverside who spends hours at the emergency room because of her kid's asthma. The senior whose congenital
Could you
heart
slow down a
failure
little
caused...
bit just for translation?
Oh, I'm sorry. Costs because of pollution in the diesel death zones right up the street. The 9-year-old who was killed while crossing the road to go to school, and the loss of life and property due to the fossil fuel-driven wildfires here in LA County. So we need to accelerate our efforts to decarbonize in a way that creates great paying jobs, union jobs here in LA and throughout California in the clean infrastructure for all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, we'll move to the dais. Any any comments from the dais, commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Tiffany.
Thank you, Chair Grisby. First of all, thank you, Darwin and Matt, for excellent presentation, and thank you to CalSTA staff and CTC staff and everyone involved in CAPTI 2.0. I've got a few questions and a number of comments. First of all, I really appreciate, Darwin, your comment about flexibility. I think that is a critical aspect of recognition in CAPTI 2.0. It's something that, as we apply things, metrics like VMT flexibility is particularly key. A few things that I wanted to ask you specifically, because while I think what is being presented is great, I particularly coming from my area, I appreciate the action plan for the rural areas and looking at that analysis. But obviously, with that all being said, implementation is going to be a key aspect of this, and so I'm curious on along that line, a couple of notes. Will the implementation of CAPTI 2.0 include an update to the CSIS tool? And if so, I think it's very important that we commissioners are briefed on the changes that take place at CSIS, because it's my understanding that CSIS is really the thing that drives the implementation of much of this.
Thank you, Commissioner, for that question. In terms of CSIS, we don't have a specific action in the update to CAPTI that calls for any sort of specific update to CSIS. However, we have language in the plan that talks about continuing to iterate on and implement existing work streams that were in CAPTI 1.0, and we specifically call out CSIS there to say that is something that we'll continue to work on. In terms of a specific update, what that looks like and what it would entail, I'd really have to defer to Caltrans, but what I will say is, when we went into CSIS this round for the SB1 programs, we made very clear that this was a pilot phase, and I think critical in any pilot phase is to look and learn lessons from how things went and reflect on that and make changes. So I think that's certainly the intent there, is not necessarily to update CSIS in any way that moves away from the underlying kind of premise and the goals, but to update it in a way that reflects on what worked and didn't work, and making sure that we're implementing a tool that's working well and fairly for folks across the state. So I think that's the intent, but in terms of any specifics of what that update would look like, I'd have to defer to Caltrans on that.
Well, again, obviously the devil's in the details as far as implementation, specifically getting to one of my favorite subjects, rural areas. I'm curious, and this may not have been defined yet, but it's very important to determine how rural is defined in itself, because there's rural counties, there's rural areas within much larger counties, so I think that as we implement and look at things like VMT and address how it may have to be applied differently in a rural area, which I strongly believe it should be, how you define rural area is going to be a key component that I think needs to be looked at as you go forward, or as we go forward on this.
Agreed, Commissioner. Yeah, we don't have a particular set determination there in terms of what that update will look like and who exactly it will apply to, but through the engagement process with the Rural Counties Task Force and the SB 743 work group and the work that Caltrans will lead, I think that will be one of the key kind of conversations and questions to have is how do you, what definitions do you use, how do you make sure that we're accounting for rural projects and our rural stakeholders accurately in capturing folks who identify as rural communities. And I know there's always some technical conversations that come up in that as well in terms of, okay, what are the definitions we have, what are the different boundaries of MPOs, et cetera, but that's really where that conversation will be held.
Okay. Well, once again, thank you, and I know that your agency as well as Caltrans and CTC are all going to be involved in the implementation. I know as a commissioner, I'm sure all of us up here look forward to regular updates as we go forward on how this is going to be implemented. So thank you once again.
Thank you, Commissioner. Happy to provide updates on whatever regularity you all choose. So.
Okay. Thank you,
Commissioner. Next up is Commissioner Bradshaw.
Yes, thanks, Darwin, for a great report and also being involved, including in my day job with the Carpenters and especially Secretary Omashak, and listening to our concerns. A couple things I wanted to talk about today is that, in looking through CAPTI, and I would echo some earlier speakers that there's been, at least from this commissioner's perspective, some real improvements looking at how we really move forward. I do strongly believe we're still often dealing in a funding projection or system or needs that is more in fiction than functional. When you look throughout the CAPTI document, talk about ferry systems, rail systems, transit systems, bus systems. I'm speaking from a Northern California perspective, so I can't speak so well to the Southern California perspective. But in the main job centers in Northern California, being around the Bay Area and into Silicon Valley, those systems are on the verge of failing. As a individual who grew up in the Pacific Northwest, I certainly love California more, you can put that on the record, but they actually have a ferry system there that actually works for all folks, including working class folks and folks who are struggling to get by. That does not exist in the Bay Area. All that I certainly would support, right? But when we look at funding and what needs to happen, the more we can do to look at pragmatic measures, we don't control the federal government, obviously, but how we move things forward and how we evolve. My favorite part of the document, and I hope this doesn't come out as disrespectful, is that this is a living document that can adapt, pivot, and modify approaches and actions as needed. And that is crucial. Housing has come up a couple times today, and without a doubt, there should be no destruction of housing for anyone in transportation. Beyond that, broadly, particularly for working class folks or folks who really, as was talked about earlier, need opportunity and be pulled up, the transportation systems are not overall working for them. I made an offer at the last Transportation Commission. It stands. The organization which I run as my day job, we would happily finance anyone in the Bay Area. We would pay for it. We'll buy breakfast. We'll get vans, and we'll go out to the Altamont Pass at 3 in the morning, and then we will join that commute as a team to get to the Bay Area. rural counties, to my brother Bob here. Or we could do 198 and traverse that highway into Silicon Valley. You see masses of folks moving in those corridors, driven largely by the housing unaffordability and lack of production. Crisis doesn't even cover it. It is economic disparity driver at the highest level. And not to state the obvious, but it is obvious. I would argue that it creates blocks to, and we can say, let's create union jobs all day long. The reality is we are dealing with economies at different scales. Without a doubt, transportation in the past has been used as a weapon to cut across the most vulnerable populations, and often I refer to Interstate 880 in Oakland, at least in NorCal, as the biggest racist scar running through that part of our state, without a doubt. That always needs to be front and center, that not be repeated and it be remediated any way we can do it. On the same note, pulling people in and up and building a healthy environment is absolutely crucial. I would say just as crucial to that is safety for Californians across the board, including folks who have to drive the highways and to keep them safe, and the very workers that build our transportation systems. So it's a very complicated situation, multi-pronged approach, but I'm going to say that we have to look at how it's going to be funded and how we do it in a manner that doesn't create a consequence that tips over literally millions of workers. And if they are tipped over by approaching this in the wrong manner or too extreme manner in one direction or another, that economic depression that will result of that will take all this off the table. There will be no funding, primarily. So we got to look at what we're going to deal about. Is it going to be road use charges? How are we going to get the funding to do this? The SB 1 promise, all that. I'm really want to celebrate CalSTA in that there was great movement. I still have concerns, this commissioner does, in CAPTI 2.0, but that's where I started. Living document, can pivot, modify, and all that. So some things I wanted to point out. I know we can't wave a wand and fix transportation and the environment and housing just by waving a wand. However, it's important that it have a collaborative approach, and again, because I deal with it every day, to look at, and I know there's versions of this in SoCal, to look at what is truly happening to working class folks in a number of cases, in most cases I would say, in related to the highways. And that if a project and a highway, as part of a project, a highway needs to be widened, and that's the right thing to do, we need to do the right thing on that. It's not mutually exclusive and counter to again, approaching lowering GHG. You got to look at it holistically. You may increase VMT here, and oftentimes you're going to reduce it over here. So again, not a piecemeal approach. Sorry for the speech. You did a great report and a great job. Thanks for hearing me out.
Commissioner Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Darwin, thank you for the work, and Matt for the work on the CAPTI 2.0 program. And I know firsthand how difficult it is to strike that balance when it comes to balancing our funding our various transportation needs and systems in California. I appreciate the comments by Commissioner Bradshaw about adopting a policy that's somewhat fluid. I would hope that we adopt policies that always consider the safety and the elements of safety as they relate to commuters and our transportation and transit networks. I also appreciate you looking at the dynamics associated with the rural versus urban needs, and those were expressed intently today by folks from throughout the state of California. In a perfect California, one we all want to live in, families would work and live in the same communities, right? They would get up and drive or take the bus a few miles and go to work and come home. Unfortunately, that's not a reality yet, and it could be, and we want to work on that goal. the folks I represent drive 40 miles one way to a job site and 40 miles back. That's sometimes difficult, but it's a reality that they do every day. And I hope that when it comes to looking at VMT reduction, we can take into account the diversity of those modes moving forward. But again, I appreciate your hard work. I appreciate the work of Secretary Omshakin on this issue. And, we hope to continue to build on that. Thank you.
Any other comments from the dais? Commissioner Lugo.
Thank you, Chair. Well, one thing I wanted to follow up on was, Brother Bradshaw was saying he's only speaking for Northern California. We fixed all that stuff down here. Yeah, we don't have those problems. So yeah, no, it's the same. Something that I was really trying to wrap my head around before I went out on family leave last year, so I'm kind of trying to pick up the threads now, is how do we incorporate a robust analysis of jobs into what it is we want as the alternatives, right? I understand the purpose of measuring VMT and including forecasts for how people are going to be, traveling more in the process. But unfortunately, we have a real dearth of good knowledge of what's the kind of one-to-one, where are we going to be moving that funding in terms of people and jobs to support this other kind of travel that we are demanding of our state. I mean, these policies are like, you guys are going to get around in other ways, and I'm all for that. That's awesome. But I don't have a clear understanding of how we're imagining that. So it's one thing to be able to kind of like predict how usage might change. That's not a very persuasive argument to the public or policymakers or the transportation industry from what I've seen. People want to see more evidence of, what that thriving multimodal future is going to look like. And so I'm really interested in how we can see the high road training partnership model that's been stood up in the transportation industry and in public transit. I don't know much about it, but I know California Transit Works is out there. How do we follow that model and look at urban or regional transportation systems? And I know that gets into a level of complexity that it's different, like it's apples and oranges. I had some students last spring doing some analysis of, trying to look at transportation funding coming into Los Angeles and how did that translate into jobs. It's really hard to figure that out because you're talking about like Bureau of Street Services, you're talking about departments of transportation, you're talking about county public works. But I think until we get that mapped out a little more clearly so that we can, with confidence, say, not only do we want to have those good union jobs in this future we're imagining, here's how it's actually going to work. I think that's going to bring more people along. And, one thing I'm not sure about, because I'm like often thinking more in a researcher channel or a, advocate channel than the commissioner channel, is who should be doing that analysis? Is that something that our academic partners should be doing? Is it something that our agencies should be doing? I don't know. But I do think we have the right mix of people to figure it out. But anyway, just wanted to, get myself back into thinking about this. How do we use the high road transition partnership model to think through really making this transition work?
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other Commissioner comments? Yes, we can get you in.
In terms of your comments, Commissioner Lugo, one of the things that we can do at the Commission is bring those experts to the Commission to have that conversation about, as we are transitioning or how we fund projects as we're asking each of our dollars to do more in terms of meeting all of our state's goals, how that transition of the workforce is going to occur as well. We can invite the Workforce Development Board, we can invite other partners, private and public, to that conversation and make sure that as we're having these conversations at the commission meeting, you guys are getting the information for how we're planning those things as well.
Commissioner Mann.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for all the work around this and getting to this point. I mean, it sounds like it's been a year of work, of stakeholder engagement and discussions to get to this point. I haven't been on the commission that entire time, but I did see some of the more recent discussions, and I can tell that there's been some movement in how stakeholders are feeling about this since that last conversation. So my thoughts are really about the process, because I do think that deep community engagement and stakeholder engagement takes a lot of work and energy. And it also means that sometimes you have to have uncomfortable conversations with people where they're not quite happy with what you're presenting, and how do you actually absorb that information in and incorporate it even as you kind of move forward. So I don't know if you have any thoughts right now in terms of what you've learned along the way that would be incorporated into future plans, or as Commissioner Bradshaw is kind of saying, the fact that this is a living document that will have some levels of flexibility and adjustment as we move forward. But thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. It's a great point, and one that we continually reflect on in terms of how we can improve our engagement practices. One thing I will say that I think brings maybe several of the threads together that we've heard is that I think what's challenging about communicating about CAPTI is that it is very much also just one piece of a larger puzzle of policies, right? So to Commissioner Bradshaw's point around housing, and even I know Commissioner Lugo was mainly talking about jobs tied to the transportation investments, but the governor's efforts on the Jobs First program, which used to be previously SURF, we have a lot of different things happening around the administration that are tackling all the different angles of this work. And this is purely, looking at the transportation infrastructure dollars and how we build our piece of the vision that brings those pieces together. So I think to the point about community engagement, one thing that I've learned is it's very challenging to talk about this just on its own, right? So, how do we in the future really bring those pieces together when we have conversations, when we go out to folks? That requires a cross-government collaboration approach that we're all getting better at, but is often challenging to bring all those pieces together. And I think the joint body, the CTC CARB HCD meetings, the reason why we've taken CAPTI to that place is I think that provides a little bit of a venue where you can really have these cross intersectional conversations. But it's something we'll continue to reflect on, and I really do think that when you put the pieces together, a lot of what you all are talking about in terms of how we think about working class Americans and what they're experiencing really comes together when you are looking at the complete picture of the policies that are being put forth.
All right, thank you. Any other commissioner comments? Commissioner Vice Chair Falcone.
Thank you. I like going last now. First shall be last. Thank you, Matthew and Darwin, for the presentation. I'm going to keep my comments really short because really all the smart comments have already been made by my colleagues. For me, it dials down to how is this going to be implemented? How does this affect people? How do people understand this policy document? And how do we incorporate it into the work that we do? I think a lot of work, I acknowledge and honor the work that you all have done to get this policy to this work to where it is now. But you're hearing from my colleagues is, how are we going to detail what's being written and how it impacts people? Responding to my brother Commissioner Bradshaw on Southern California. Well, in Southern California as well, as you get further away from the urban areas, it's more affordable. People can afford houses further away from that's the reality. The I-15 is an example. You have your job centers in San Diego, and many folks have to go outside the San Diego region in order to live, but then they have to commute to San Diego in order to get to their jobs. That's 1.5, 2, 3 hours sometimes to get to their jobs. Some of them actually have to live on the other side of the border in Mexico. And so that's many, many hours waiting on the border to get to their jobs in San Diego. And so that's the reality. We want to do better in terms of, healthier environment for people to live. It's the reality of how we get to that while people are struggling to get to their jobs and affording to live somewhat in some proximity to where they work and where they want to get to. And so I'm just kind of encapsulating what I'm hearing from my colleagues, because they've really put a lot of thoughtful comments together to respond to this, this great work that you're doing. And again, I want to acknowledge all the work that you've done, and I look forward to hearing progress and really working close together with your agency, Caltrans, on how this is implemented. But with how this impacts people and how we message that to our communities and to folks that bring projects to us, we want to continue that dynamic, and I'll be interested in seeing how that all progresses. So with that, thank you again for all the work in the presentation.
All right, thank you. So my comment will be rather direct. Some people say that it's the coastal elite that have created this problem. So perhaps you can talk a little bit about some of the efforts, perhaps outside of CalSTA, to deal with NIMBYism along the coast to further balance the housing job imbalance that we have.
Let the record show that the chair lives on the coast and I'm 20 miles away from it.
So then maybe the chair can answer the question himself. Then I'm kidding. I think in terms of it's a real. NIMBYism is obviously a key concern, whether it's transportation projects or housing projects. Housing projects being particularly impacted. I think it all ties back into the same conversation in a way, in terms of what we're really talking about here. I think part of what we're going through on transportation and housing generally, and what we're seeing, frankly, is the way we've done things in the past has not gotten us to where we want to go. And change is also hard at the same time. So I think although the rhetoric, whether it's around these transportation projects or land use projects, is that different approaches might have negative consequences or leave people behind, there's a lot of opportunity here to look at as to how to focus on what we're talking about here. I know NIMBYism is huge in the land use side, but on the transportation side, a lot of the investments that CAPTI would move forward, to go back to Commissioner Falcone's concerns and points, are looking to address those drivers who are sitting in those long commutes. History shows and research on induced travel shows that just adding another lane is not necessarily going to improve their commute in the long run, even if there's some short-term relief. So how do you change the narrative and rhetoric on the ground as to what people see as potential solutions and options to really actually help that commute? I know this doesn't directly get to the NIMBY question, but I think it's part of the overall conversation in terms of the way you tackle that is start to show examples where we can have successes, where maybe it's pricing on a highway, like we're seeing with some of our carbon reduction program funds that we're using, that are really driven out of some of what we've talked about in CAPTI, that are not pricing people off the highway, but taking a lane, one lane, adding more express bus service on that lane, providing other alternatives to folks on that corridor. Projects like that can really change the picture. So the communication piece to the public is really important, and I think the way you tackle NIMBYism is really talking about this work differently and you know, we're trying our best at that, and I know regions across the state have been doing that messaging for years. So.
And if I can add something to what Darwin has said, one of the key tactics that we all employ, and one of the things that we're doubling down and is highlighted in CAPTI, is public engagement, right? When we talk about how projects are developed, when we talk about NIMBYism, NIMBYs are not 100% of the population. And so we have to make sure that we are going into communities that are hard to reach, communities that aren't often at the table, because how we set the table, the time we set the table, how you get to the table matters to public participation. And so what we did in our last 2 cycles of our guidelines, which we'll double down on again in this cycle, and is incorporated in CAPTI, is to push that reality further, so that we are not only talking to the people who can afford to participate, but we are finding those people who cannot and reaching out to them, meeting them where they are and having that conversation.
All right, thank you, Tanisha, and thank you for your presentation. Any closing words, or are you done?
Mr. Chair.
Oh, yes.
Sorry, down here all the way on the end.
Yeah, all right, there you go.
Peripheral vision, I get it. I don't have a question for you, so sorry in advance for the soapboxing, but don't worry, there's not a question coming. I think, you know, the challenge we've heard, and from some of the leadership of the regional agencies we heard in public comment, there's a tension here where it's been discussed, there's not enough money inside CAPTI to do everything that we wished we could do. So that's something we understand. We faced that dynamic in a number of our transportation programs. So if you don't like the answer, ask a better question. And I believe that transportation investment is driven, I believe it is true that transportation investment is driven by where people are and where they want to get to. And where people are has not been handed to us from the mountain by the gods. We collectively have created the land use and housing pattern. We did it over the last number of decades. I will quibble with one thing in CAPTI. It's in one of the little pull quote box, little information box things, and it says that the governor issued an executive order setting a goal of building 2.5 million units of housing by 2030. I will quibble with that, but not on the part of a quibble with Caltrans or CTC staff, because the executive order has a mistake in it, so I blame the governor's office, and whoever wrote that thing screwed that up. And I will say that what the 2.5 is, but it's important, because what the 2.5 million number is not a goal. It's actually a legal obligation on the part of every city and every county in the state. It is a statutory obligation in the 6th cycle of RENA that every city and every county do its part under the regional housing needs determination to plan for their fair share of housing. Right now, there are a number, we heard from a number of Central Valley and Inland Empire counties. There are a bunch of counties that have compliant housing elements. San Bernardino, Tulare, Tuolumne, Amador, Riverside, to name a few. That's not an exhaustive list. There are some counties that are not in compliance. They are out of compliance with housing law. That includes San Joaquin County, Merced County, and Kern County. Not an exhaustive list. So there is, in fact, something happening. And then the 6th cycle will end, and the 7th cycle will begin, so let's not obsess too much about the 2.5 million number, because we're halfway through that cycle. But the process will repeat with different numbers. We, as a state, are not taking it seriously, thinking about where we're planning for housing and everyone doing their fair share. As a consequence, people are living where they can afford to live, which oftentimes induces significant transportation investment. We have created these conditions, we can change them. There is law in this state that obligates every city and county to do its part to plan and zone for its fair share of housing. I encourage every city and county to do that, and then we can have a bit of a different conversation around where transportation investment should and ought to go. Thank you. Told you there was no question. Thank you.
All right, thanks so much. Any closing comments to respond to that, or
No, thank you, and
all right.
Appreciate it.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. So moving on to item 18.
Chair,
Tim.
that was an action item.
Oh, it's action item. There we go. Okay, is there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
All right, so moved by Commissioner Tiffany, seconded by Commissioner Lugo. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. On to item 18. Tim.
Thank you. Commissioners, tab 18 is an information item. In accordance with changes to Streets and Highways Code enacted by Senate Bill 695, Caltrans is required to prepare a report summarizing select project level outcomes from projects constructed to the state highway system. Mike Johnson, Caltrans State Asset Management Engineer, is here to provide a presentation on the inaugural Select State Highway System Outcomes Report.
And thank you. If you could be as brief as you can be, we'd love it.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Grisby, Commissioners. Mike Johnson with Caltrans. As was noted a couple of times, late in 2023, Governor Newsom signed into law Senate Bill 695, which required the department to prepare a report to improve transparency in a number of areas related to project outcomes on the state highway system. I'll provide you a quick briefing of that. One of the provisions of Senate Bill 695 was to make that report available to the public. That was done last month, as well as information that the report was driven off of. That was also done, and to make a public presentation on the report to the Commission prior to April of each year. We're fulfilling that obligation under the law here today. Next slide. There are three aspects to what we have to do. One was a 5-year look back at projects. So all projects that were completed from 2018 to 2023, and summarize these various aspects that the law called for. There is another component of the law that asked us to list all of the projects that are planned or pending. We have done that as well. It's over 2,000 projects on the state highway system. And then the final provision really kicks in next year, so I'll table that for today. Next slide. I'm not going to read the slide in the interest of time, but there were 8 compulsory things that were listed in the law that we had to report on. Generally speaking, they were things like how many bike facilities were added, how many pedestrian facilities were added, where did you widen highways, where have you relinquished highways, where have you displaced homes and businesses related to transportation projects, and other things. Next slide. The plan pending report, this information is out there. We made it available in an Excel spreadsheet. Like I said, it's several thousand projects, but it does provide a very transparent list of everything that we are aware of, regardless of who's funding it, that is expected to happen on the state highway system in the foreseeable future. Next slide. Next slide, please. So I want to talk a little bit about the compilation of the projects. Most of the effort, probably 9 months worth of staff time, was devoted to reviewing over 5,100 projects that had closed out in the time period of 2018 to 2023. From those 5,100 projects, a number of screening and filtering criteria were applied to weed out projects that obviously didn't have components that we were interested in reporting, and to weed in those that absolutely did have components we were interested in reporting. After doing that, we had almost 1,000 projects that had to be manually reviewed by Caltrans staff across the state. Tremendous level of effort went into this in all 12 of our districts to review these projects. Of those 950 some odd projects that were manually reviewed, about 400 of them, 440 about, had components that pertain to what we need to report here today. Next slide. It's very important to understand where and how the numbers came about. This context is absolutely critical when you read the numbers. So when we look at this 5-year window of time, 2018 to 2023, we look at projects that completed. But those projects were initiated under a whole variety of policy lenses going back 25 years. We had projects that initiated in the 1990s that completed in this 5-year window. And so I think when you look at the numbers and you read the numbers, there's a tendency to apply today's policy lens to the number that you read. It's very important that the Commission understands that there are a variety of policies that were applied that resulted in these projects that completed in this 5-year period over that window of time. Next slide. So one of the things that the regulation calls for is to report the lanes that are added to the state highway system. In total, we added about 550 lane miles, which is 1 mile of 1 lane wide of roadway over a 5-year period. So about 110 lane miles per year. They're of all different kinds of use, and that's important to understand. Some of those uses are managed lanes that we are part of our climate solution. Some are general purpose lanes that we're trying to reduce in our VMT reduction. So you have this full spectrum. Some are actually safety improvement projects for things that allow us to better weave or merge as we enter and exit the freeway. Overall, 0.2% growth of the state highway system in California over that time period. That is about 1/2 the national average. So I'll repeat that again. That growth rate is about 1/2 of what the rest of the country is doing, and California has the most heavily utilized transportation system in the nation by a lot. It's not even that close. And so while you can look at the absolute number, if you look at it in context of peers and utilization, it starts to have a very different appearance. Next slide. This is a graphic from the report that shows a geographic breakdown of where the lanes are being added. We see a lot of growth in the Inland Empire because that's where there's a lot of affordable housing. There's a lot of business development in that area. We see some in the Los Angeles area, in the Bay Area, and then a smattering throughout the rest of the state. Next slide. We present tables like this that show pedestrian infrastructure that has been built by fiscal year. So we can look at, what did we add in terms of new sidewalks or reconstructed sidewalks. We're looking ultimately for trends. As we've implemented new policies in some of our director's policies related to complete streets and other things, we would expect this number to be growing over time. So this report provides a really good baseline for us to measure the effectiveness of our policies going forward. Next slide. When we look at new bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure, it is also heavily favored in the Inland Empire and then also in the Central Valley. So a little bit different from the lane additions, but clearly the Inland Empire is a growing part of California. The Central Valley may be growing some, but the Inland Empire is in a really different place. And I think it's important for the commission, when you look at this information, to kind of pair that with what we just talked about with CAPTI and where VMT mitigation or reduction is possible and where VMT may not be possible. Next slide. Here's a breakdown of the bike and ped infrastructure by year. Just another one of the charts. It's broken down by the class of bike lane, which is called out in the Streets and Highway Code. It's one of the provisions of Senate Bill 695. In total, we added 160 lane miles of bike lanes in the 5-year period. Next slide. One of the requirements is to capture and report homes and businesses relocated. This was very challenging to do because this wasn't data that the department had captured in any data systems. And this is where the manual review of all these projects and past right-of-way records come into play. In total, and you've heard it mentioned a couple times, there was a little over 300 homes that were relocated as a result of transportation projects and a little over 300 businesses. And there's a little inset in there that talks about Interstate 5 from the 605 to the Orange County line. That is where about approximately 90% of the home and business relocations occurred. But thinking back to what I stated at the beginning, those projects, that I-5 Santa Ana widening project, was part of the Traffic Congestion Relief Act of 2000, And it was legislated that Caltrans get in there and widen I-5. In 2000, congestion relief was the policy lens of the time. When we look at that today, when we're talking about VMT reduction and anti-displacement policies, it doesn't really make sense. But those decisions were made at that time, very different than the policy that we're using today. Next slide. There was a requirement to look at relinquishments. We had relinquished about 132 lane miles. This is where we negotiate with a city or county and we give back the state highway system essentially to city-county ownership typically. This is often the case when the state highway is a main street road through a community. Next slide. Okay, so final slide. I apologize for blowing through this. It's a 342-page report. Tried to do it very quickly. We have a website set up. The report is available on the website, and all of the data files, Excel spreadsheets that make up all those tables are also available. I just want to thank the commission staff, Tim, John, and others that helped. We were collaborating along the way in terms of what this report was going to look like because we had never produced anything like this before. And certainly want to thank, all of the many people in Caltrans that actually ran down all these projects, reviewed plans to extract all this information. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you so much. Any public comment online, or I have one card. Any online?
Yes, we do have some of our virtual attendees with their hand raised at this time.
Great.
Would you like us to start with the virtual attendees? Yes, okay. I'd like to first call on Sofia Rafikova.
Yes, good afternoon again. Commissioner Sofia Rafikova, Coalition for Clean Air. Just wanted to first of all thank Caltrans for putting together this very informative report and shedding light on the state of our highway system. And wanted to share a couple of takeaways we noticed in the report. First of all, it was interesting to see that while California added 550 lane miles and less in the 5 years the report examined, 11% of those are actually funded by the State Highway Operations and Protection Program, also known as the SHOP. And while those new lane miles are mostly auxiliary lanes or turn lanes, the report still highlights that the SHOP program is generating new capacity, despite the guidelines explicitly stating that projects that increase throughput capacity are not eligible for funding. So we encourage the CTC to use this opportunity to re-examine the types of projects being proposed to SHOP and to reevaluate whether those are truly not contributing to increasing capacity and harmful emissions. And then the second takeaway is that we were concerned that while California added almost 600 new lane miles, it only added 50 miles of new sidewalks and 160 miles of new bikeways. And if you take a look at the breakdown of the types of bikeways that were built, over half are Class 3 bike routes, which are considered the least safe option for bicyclists, as they're facilities where bike riders and car drivers share space, and bicyclists need to be careful and aware of the surrounding car traffic to be safe. And in comparison, less than 10% of the built bikeways are Class 1 or 4, which are considered the safest options due to being physically separated for car traffic. So we also want to encourage the CTC to not only, look at promoting more active transportation projects to, ensure that we're offering these multimodal options, but also when deciding which projects to build, to make sure that we're considering the safety of bicyclists as we're building these projects so that people actually choose these options. Thank you.
Up next, we have Mark Vuksevich.
Good afternoon, Chair Grisby, Commission, Senate Transportation Committee Chair Cortese. My name is Mark Vuksevich, and I'm the Director of State Policy for Streets for All. If you aren't familiar with Streets for All, we put quite a bit of work in the state legislature, and we were the sponsor of SB 695 along with Transportation California as our co-sponsor. Really appreciate the presentation of this report and the fulfillment of the legislative mandate through Senator Gonzalez's office through the bill. We came to this sort of partnership with Transportation California, agreeing that to have educated conversations on this topic, that we needed to have the same set of facts and share the same set of information that frankly wasn't really available with Caltrans's existing reporting. And that's how we came to SB 695 and had it passed through the legislature. So just wanted to kind of identify ourselves and identify kind of how this came to be. I will just note the sort of reality of the report and the sobering reality of the report. 550 lane miles, that's for reference, if it was a contiguous lane, it would be from Tijuana to Sacramento, over half of which was not a specific safety project, just capacity inducement. As well as the previous speaker mentioned, some, I think, disappointing numbers on the bike lanes specifically, with the overwhelming amount of the bike lanes being Class 3s. Class 3s being so dangerous that the legislature passed a bill last year to actually limit their use. That was a bill by Senator Blakespear and sponsored by Streets for All. Lastly, I just would be remiss to mention the 300 homes. Those are over 300 people whose lives have been upended by their homes' destructions, and 300 businesses. This is destruction This is the destruction of an immense amount of economic capacity and wealth for small business owners that have happened because of our highway capacity. Thank you.
Up next, we have Kiana Valentine.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Kiana Valentine on behalf of Transportation California, as just mentioned, a co-sponsor of SB 695. Transportation California wanted to help bring greater transparency to and an evidence-based understanding of the investments being made on the state highway system. While we were certainly interested in all the important outcomes on the SHS, we were particularly interested in calling the question on how much widening has been occurring on the state highway system. In recent years, there's been a lot of speculation about widening in California, with assertions that the state continues to vastly add capacity. TC is grateful for the SB 695 report and the initial historical data it provides to evaluate these concerns. In our view, the key aspects of the report that the Commission, legislature, and stakeholders should focus on include that the growth rate of California's highway system is 0.2% annually, or as Mr. Johnson pointed out, less than half the national average. Moreover, that growth rate would be less if you just focused on the single occupancy vehicle miles, which were less than the total of 550 miles in total. Many of those additional lane miles were high occupancy vehicle and tolled lanes, which are things that the state of California actively promotes. It is also important to keep in mind that this report, again, is a 5-year historical snapshot in time and must be consumed as such. Because projects take on average 10 plus years from conception to build, many of the projects captured by this report were initiated prior to significant transportation climate policy changes, including CAPTI, which is already showing real progress in reducing greenhouse gases and BMTs from every transportation dollar invested. Finally, this report focuses on investments on the SHS only and does not include the billions of dollars being invested in transit and bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure on the state and local system. We look forward to future iterations of the report where we will be able to explore data after implementation of these changes.
Up next, we have Jeannie Ward-Waller.
Hello again, Chair and Commissioners. Thank you for the chance to comment again on this item. Jeannie Ward-Waller with Climate Plan. I want to second some of the comments that have already been made. Just really appreciate Caltrans putting out this data. It's incredibly helpful to see, with the transparency and the honesty and forthrightness that Caltrans is putting this out there. I think particularly looking at all of the project data that was put on the website in addition to this report that's in spreadsheet form, so we can search and we can really, just pour over the rich data. So really appreciate that. And also, I want to just recognize the fact that, and Mr. Johnson described this in his report, that so many of the projects that are represented in this report really did precede a lot of the recent policy changes. So we totally recognize that. And I think with that said, we really look forward to seeing different data in future years as 695 continues to produce annual updates to the data going forward. And we're definitely prepared to hold Caltrans and CTC to that. The key data points that I was going to point out have already been mentioned, but I think I particularly want to just highlight concern about the number of homes and businesses that have been destroyed in the last 5 years of these projects. And I think that just emphasizes the need for the CAPDI action that speaks to a director's policy to avoid future taking and destruction of homes as we're in a housing crisis. So thank you so much for the time.
Up next, we have Do-hee Kim.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Do-hee Kim with the Green Lining Institute, and in alignment with Climate Plan. First, I would like to thank Caltrans for all their hard work in preparing for the SB 695 report and for demonstrating transparency and accountability in action. However, this data revealed some deeply troubling findings. Alarmingly, in the last 5 years alone, 317 homes and 306 businesses were demolished to expand our highway projects, displacing thousands of Californians at a time when our state's not only suffering from a housing crisis, but an affordability crisis and climate crisis. The data is clear who these highway expansion projects impact most. Even the LA Times found that 100% of the 1,254 homes demolished in the past 30 years were in communities of color. This recent data from the SB 695 report demonstrates that highway expansion projects are still continuing to exacerbate our California housing crisis. And I urge Caltrans to prioritize the director's policy called for in CAPDI 2.0 to prevent the senseless destruction of our homes and communities, especially in consideration of the destruction of more than 11,600 homes from the recent LA fires alone. When we think about transportation and housing, they should not be siloed from each other, and they must work in tandem for the people. And I really appreciate the space today to provide public comment. Thank you.
Up next, we have Bill Higgins.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Bill Higgins from the California Association of Councils of Government. And maybe I'll pick up where the last speaker left off and note that transportation and housing are connected. And this report kind of takes a very narrow view at the state, at the SHOP program. But, you know, there are limits, as Commissioner Elliott pointed out, to housing. And there are tools like redevelopment and infill incentives that actually require funding to actually build the units so that we don't have to be traveling as far. As Ms. Valentine pointed out, we have, or I think it was Mr. Johnson pointed out, we have the heaviest used system in the nation, and it needs to be well funded. It needs to be well maintained. And in this case, when you take a look, what I was most encouraged about in this data was in the graph on the first page of the executive report, where it takes a look at the different projects. The project initiation documents for these type of projects are actually almost zero in 2023. So when you talk about what's in the pipeline, the actual pipeline is changing. And I think that's the big message here is that Caltrans is, and the state is turning the ship. There is, as Ms. Waller and others have recognized, there is a lot of context to these projects because they're older. But I look at the project initiation documents and see where it seems like the pipeline is turning. So the last point I will make is that if we really need a mode shift in this state, we also have to take a hard look at how we're funding transit and those other alternative modes, because they need funding as well. Thank you for your time.
And that concludes all the requests from our virtual attendees.
All right, thanks so much. We'll turn to in room. We have Kome Ajize.
Good afternoon, Chair Grisby and Vice Chair Falcone and Commissioners. My name is Kome Ajize. I am the Executive Director of SCAG, the Southern California Association of Government is the region's metropolitan planning organization, and I dare say the largest in the country. I thank you for the opportunity to speak on this particular report today. But first, I really have two things to say. The first is to thank and really appreciate the work that Caltrans has done to identify and provide us enough data to have this better informed conversation on what's happening with road construction. I think there's a little bit of a distraction that the argument about road building has brought over the last few years, that at least this puts everything in context. And second is really to set the context of this conversation for us. It would be a disservice to have the narrative be about road construction, because I think what we need to talk about here is the context in which road construction is happening in this country, in this state, and what transportation means to us in this state. At SCAG, we have a forum, we have a platform for discussing these things. It's a very complex, complicated issue where we bring land use and transportation and all the state policies together. The plan is we call it Connect SoCal, which is the latest iteration of our regional transportation plan, sustainable community strategy. And it basically meets the state's greenhouse gas requirements, but it also aligns all the various other state policies. We have an obligation. I think Commissioner Elliott talked about housing. We have an obligation to build 1.3 million units in this region. That's part of the context of this. The plan, the study showed that we had a lot of highway construction in Land Empire, but it doesn't talk extensively about the fact that we also have bicycling. And I just should add one last thing, is to suggest that a lot of the work that's happening in transportation that's not reflected here is the work that's happening on local streets and roads. If we're to build housing, those houses will all have driveways that connect to the main system, and those are roads that will be built.
Right, thank you. So we'll turn to the dais now. Any comments from the dais, questions? I have one for Mike. Just want to make sure I saw something that I thought I saw, but want to make sure I saw it right. So 1.4 miles of transit lanes, was that correct? Are those bus lanes, or like how do you define what a transit lane is?
Yeah, that would be a dedicated bus lane.
Okay. I'm just sort of curious, where was the project at? I assume it's one project.
I'd have to get back to you, Commissioner Grisby.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, not hearing any other questions from the dais, we can move on to item 19. Destiny.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tab 19 is an informational item featuring innovations in transportation. And today we will hear a presentation from Joaquin Siques, Director of Transportation with the City of Pasadena. He will present on the city's preparation, response, and recovery work for the Eaton fire, with a focus on the role of Pasadena Transit and intergovernmental collaboration efforts. With that, I will turn it over to Joaquin. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Grisby. Thank you, Commissioners and Director Taylor. I'm excited to be here today to provide some information regarding really an overview of the Eaton Fire response and recovery efforts, as well as to really highlight the importance of some of our partnerships and collaboration in transportation. With me today is Deputy Fire Chief Anthony James from Pasadena Fire Department, who played a critical role in the response and recovery efforts. Next slide, please. The response to the Eaton fire, and in really any event like this, really starts with preparation. And in Pasadena, we were preparing for a severe windstorm event, because really that's the event that was forecast. And this isn't the first time that we've had a severe windstorm event. In 2011, the windstorm toppled hundreds of trees and dozens of traffic signal poles within Pasadena. So we were prepared for the windstorm, and learning from that prior event, we started the preparations leading up to January 7th, issuing the red flag warning to keep our hillsides and roadways hillsides and roads clear from parking, parked vehicles. We deployed additional staffing at both Public Works, Pasadena Water and Power, and also some regional fire apparatus were pre-positioned throughout the city. And we initiated our Emergency Operations Center, which was opened up. Next slide. The fire itself within the region started with the Palisades fire on the morning of January 7th. And the Palisades area is about 25 miles west of Pasadena. But what occurs when a fire happens in this region is then some of our department resources and resources that we had pre-deployed were redeployed to help with the Palisade fire. So some of those resources were drawn down from our area and shifted over to the west. However, if we didn't have those additional resources in place, we would have likely sent more of our own Pasadena fire personnel and crews to that fire area, and then required more backfill. So it was good to have those fire personnel and apparatus and those strike teams in place. Shortly after 6 p.m. on January 7th, the Eaton fire started, and the fire rapidly spread due to the 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts that were occurring throughout the area. In total, over 14,000 acres were burned. Next slide, please. 3,408 firefighters were assigned to the Eaton fire. Over 9,400 structures were destroyed. Over 1,000 additional structures were damaged, and we had 17 civilian fatalities as part of the Eaton fire. Bringing this back to kind of a local city level, we had 62 city employees who lost their homes, and a large number that were evacuated as part of this. And I haven't talked to anybody within Pasadena or within the region that doesn't know somebody who was personally affected by the fire and the impact of the fire. Even with that, we had staff that responded to the Emergency Operations Center. We had staff that lost homes that went and were working with field crews to clearing tree debris, to restore power, and obviously assist in the fire response, and just assisting in a number of roles. So overall, we had a very good response from our team at the city and through our partners. Next slide, please. And part of that was facilitated by the facilities that we have within the city. Within 90 minutes, we utilized our convention center in Pasadena and our Rose Bowl in Pasadena and worked with our partners to establish different venues at these facilities. At the convention center, which began as an evacuation site, it was quickly converted to a shelter with over 1,000 residents. And while it was originally open and managed by city staff and convention center staff, really for 24/7 operations, the American Red Cross came in within a week, and really we transitioned those operations over to the American Red Cross. And I will note, just because I think it's kind of a pat on the back to the city resources, that when they arrived there, they did note that this was one of the best shelter sites that they'd ever been to, as far as being set up so quickly and the amount of resources that we had at that site. Similarly, we opened up the Rose Bowl as the command center within 90 minutes of the incident occurring. And initially, it was the cities of Pasadena, Glendale, La Cañada, Flint Ridge, Sierra Madre, Arcadia. We had the National Forest Service there, law enforcement partners from not only the city, but also LA County Sheriff, and incident command led by CAL FIRE and the Federal Incident Management Team, all there at the site. And the site grew and grew as the week progressed and the fire progressed. I should note that a week earlier, so the fire started on January 7th. A week earlier, not even a week, on January 1st, we had the Rose Bowl game here at the Rose Bowl Stadium. And it's really something to note. You know, we had this atmosphere of celebration, I guess unless you're an Oregon fan, except if you're an Oregon fan. But everybody else, we had this atmosphere of celebration. We had an area that was set for that event. And then a week later, we transitioned to this site that housed over 3,400 firefighters. We had tents, trailers, restrooms, showers, food service, everything there to really provide a village that was there to respond to the fire and help in the emergency response and those recovery efforts. Next slide. Some of the recovery efforts that were established by the city, we distributed over 500,000 water bottles. One of the things that happened with this fire is because of the amount of damage to city facilities, we had to verify that all the drinking water was safe. So we had a do not drink order. A lot of that distribution was led by our Water and Power Department, but also had a number of volunteers and staff that were there to distribute that water. Filled and or distributed thousands of sandbags, and a lot of that came with the state assistance that we received through CAL FIRE. Cleaned out detention basins, installed over 2,000 linear feet of K-rail in the high-risk areas for the rains that were anticipated to come in the weeks following the fire. We completed the green waste cleanup. Again, I noted that this was really a wind event. We had hundreds of trees that went down as well, so part of clearing the streets and making sure that their roadways were accessible, our sidewalks were clean was a big part of that effort. We had the Disaster Recovery Center that was set up, and we facilitated in the setup and operations. We had 5 schools that were burned down, 2 that were part of PUSD proper, and 3 that were what's the word I'm looking for? Charter schools or private schools. So relocating students to schools within Pasadena was another key component of this in order to get those students back to a routine and being able to assist them in determining the transportation routes and being able to open up schools for additional students and work with the residents of a lot of these neighborhood schools to prepare for that. Modified our transit service and suspended fees in order to adjust for not only the streets that were closed because of the fire, but being able to allow people to get to and from different venues, as many of our residents lost cars as well as their homes. And then we suspended our parking permits and our other fees for impacted residents. Next slide. But here I really wanted to highlight the importance of having transportation partnerships and different agency and staff. We're going to run a quick video that talks about our response with Pasadena Transit in evacuating over 420 residents from skilled nursing facilities. And there's volume.
The Eaton fire to help evacuate senior citizens.
And Jasmine Veal is live in Altadena at one of the senior living facilities that burned to the ground with cell phone video of what these drivers faced. Jas?
It's pretty incredible, Juan and Pat. So this was a call for help. Not to first responders, though. Imagine you had staff members here with authorities frantically trying to get out dozens of seniors from this living facility, right as it began to burn at Washington and Altadena. And that's when Pasadena Transit bus drivers, yes, bus drivers got that call. And all across Altadena, they helped evacuate 500 people.
Right down Lake Avenue. Yeah. Oh my God.
As flames closed in, a group of Pasadena bus drivers drove into the inferno last week.
Our eyes are red from all the ashes.
They were called to help rescue hundreds of people from senior living facilities across Altadena, threatened by the Eaton fire.
Firefighters are helping. The nurses were helping. We're putting wheelchairs all the way down there, locking in place.
35-year-old Erasmo Rodriguez, an operations manager with Pasadena Transit, was the first to jump into a bus that night and race to Washington and Altadena, where he saw this chaotic scene as facilities burned.
We're just boarding the buses, getting as many people as we could. You know, it didn't matter where they sat, on the ground, anywhere. You know, leave your walker behind, leave your wheelchair behind. Fit as many people as we can.
Pasadena Transit maintenance manager Adan Morera says he also saw the fire on the hills near his home and came back to work to help.
I told my GM how many buses they need out there to help them evacuate. We took 4 more buses. It was horrible. Going up there, just a lot of black smoke. Fire embers hitting the bus, hitting us. There's a bush in front of 7-Eleven caught on fire right in front of our eyes.
He says he did his best to comfort those seniors who were confused and scared.
So right here, I had an elderly lady. She had her dog. She got out of the house so fast, she forgot the leash.
Letty Ochoa, Pasadena Transit's general manager, says she staffed 11 buses, sending them out in a caravan through the smoke.
You know, I said, you don't have to do this. And they're like, no, we want to do this. Let us do it. Like, we're on our way. So they didn't even think about it.
Risking their own lives for strangers and for those these bus drivers say they know well as regular passengers.
These guys are heroes, true heroes, because they're not trained for that. We're trained to move, you know, the city around, but not do this.
Rodriguez, though, refuses to be called that, saying he did what he had to do.
It needs to get done. So it needs to do it.
So many, as you can see behind me, seniors' homes that were lost, right? And sadly, Pasadena Transit tells me 2 of their employees, 2 bus drivers, also lost their homes in this fire, but none of those who were working to help evacuate so many people that night. Live here in Altadena, Jasmine Veal, KCAL News.
All right, Jasmine, thank you.
So really that just speaks to the relationship with our transit contractor, the responsiveness and the ability to dispatch real quickly support to the fire services and the emergency personnel that are out there. And our next steps now is we're working with LA County, FEMA, EPA, the Army Corps of Engineers to remove the hazardous materials from the private properties, remove burn debris, and also fast-tracking the rebuilding process. And the rebuilding of the community really, for us, will also focus on that active transportation role and making sure that we're looking at all modes of transportation as we're rebuilding these neighborhoods. And as a city, we're supporting our businesses to try to keep them in business at this time when a lot of their patrons, their customers, are no longer there because the neighborhood doesn't exist. Next slide. So I just wanted to take this last slide to just acknowledge the community, hundreds of volunteers that showed up en masse to assist, our city leadership team, our partnership agencies, our collaboration with LA County and Supervisor Barger and Pasadena Unified School District, our city council, also Caltrans, and support from the state and the federal level. And on day one, Governor Newsom called and wanted to provide those state resources and provided that resource to the city so that we could have those firefighting efforts for Pasadena, Altadena, Eaton Fire, same with the Palisades Fire. We had a number of electeds visit the site immediately following the fires in that emergency response, from Assemblymember Harbedian to Senator Rene Perez. But wanted to highlight the work of our Representative Junie Chu, who led and organized a number of site assessments for numerous members of Congress, because you can see the fires on TV, you can see them online, but you don't really understand the scale of the neighborhoods just burning down until you're there, until you kind of smell it. And they were there, and they were able to see that. So I appreciate that. And that's it. I'm going to close with that and open for any questions. Thank you.
I'm moved beyond words. Thank you for sharing. Any online comment?
We didn't receive any requests from any of the online attendees.
All right, thank you. I do have a card from, I think it's John. I can't quite make out the...
It's a long meeting. I just wanted to make a very short human interest story. My grandson-in-law, married to my granddaughter, was a captain not a captain, engineer on a Cal Fire truck out of Jackson, California. He came down and first was on the Valley Fire. They got that under control somewhat. I'm not getting the names of the fires. Then he went to the fire down on the ocean, Palisades Fire. Got that under control. He was working 30-hour shifts and getting 6 hours sleep afterwards. Went to the border fire down on the Mexican border. He said he could see Tijuana from where he was fighting the fires. The second day he was there, a couple came up and they were crying. And he looked and he couldn't understand why. They said, "We came home this morning and our house was saved. We turned on our cameras and found out it was you that saved our house." That was pay for him that he'll remember forever.
Thank you. Any comments from the dais? Commissioner Lugo.
Thank you, Chair. Really appreciate the report, getting some of those facts. I had a couple of, one question and one comment. You had mentioned the number of buildings that were damaged. Does that include homes where there was going to have to be a significant amount of remediation from smoke damage, and so buildings that didn't have a structural impact, but maybe it was going to cost tens of thousands of dollars to repair some of the smoke damage?
No, those were just homes that were damaged through fire and structures as well. So I believe there was over 9,000 structures, over 6,000 in the Eaton fire alone were homes, actual residences.
Mm-hmm.
And then there were additional homes that were impacted by smoke and that remediation as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that to me as a LA County resident has been one of the really staggering aspects of the economic effect of the fires, is just how many homeowners are being saddled with $60,000, $70,000 fees for getting their houses cleaned up. And the other comment I had was you highlighted the flexibility of the Rose Bowl for being able to house so many firefighters on really short notice, and that transition from the festival to, a different kind of gathering. And, it's not something I've really thought about too much, is the role that those kinds of facilities have in emergency management. I live near SoFi Stadium, and I have seen that the state, I think it's the Office of Emergency Management, has been set up in the parking lot there, but appreciated that attention, and think about how that fits in with our transportation system and resilience work.
Thank you.
Commissioner, Vice Chair Falcone. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. Commissioner Mann, would you first? Yes.
Thank you so much for that presentation. I really appreciate it. And as I've shared in past commission meetings, I'm a resident of Pasadena, so I very much appreciate everything that was done, from the transit authority being able to do its work to just the work that was done at the Rose Bowl. And if people have been to the Rose Bowl before, there was the actual facility, there's a golf course behind it, there's a huge green space in the front of it, and they took that space and they used, when you looked at it, every inch of it was covered by emergency vehicles. And our entire community was filled with firefighters and people who would come from all over the world and all over the country to help. And so they were running into them at restaurants and hotels, while families who had fled their homes were also staying there. So it was a really unique period, but thank you so much for all of the work that the city did in order to make all of that happen. And you're right, when you live in the community, everyone knows someone who's been impacted, and you go to the grocery store and there are people who are impacted. Your day-to-day life now are people who have been impacted by this, because these are small communities. They're places where you would always run into people at the grocery store or at a restaurant. And now when you run into them, it's about a story related to their home or dealing with their insurance, to Commissioner Lugo's point. And so it's been incredibly impactful, and I know it'll be incredibly impactful for years to come. I am really curious about that question in terms of the damaged homes, because there are so many homes that are damaged. I was having a conversation with a friend last week, and their home is still standing, but they have significant damage. And because of the phasing, they aren't going to move back into their home until the phasing is such so that the homes around them that have been destroyed, where those lots have been cleaned, because if they get the cleaning done in their home, it's just going to make their home dirty again. And I think the insurance company is only going to pay for it once if they pay for it fully the first time. So I guess one of my questions is there some sort of accounting of all of those homes that are impacted? And then is there like communication that's going out to the community about best practices? Because as we kind of continue with this, there's the initial relief efforts, there's all the incredible work that's been done, and then there's the ongoing like health impacts that people are concerned about. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. It's a great question. Pasadena has its own public health department, and we've been coordinating with LA County Public Health on the messaging. But definitely what we've done, because of, like you noted, there's homes that are still standing, and 2 homes away, they're completely burned down. And it's just throughout the community, you see kind of these areas that still need to be cleaned up before people feel comfortable moving in. So the policies that we have online will provide guidance on how to clean up kind of internal to your home, ways to, things to look for, different ways to test and availability of tests. But we're also working closely with the Army Corps of Engineers as they're removing the debris and going through that process to make sure that we're getting that information out to the residents in Pasadena, and working with LA County to get that information out to the Altadena residents. Pasadena itself, we had 152 homes lost. North of us, Altadena, our neighboring community, is where a mass number of those homes were lost. But we work so closely with the county that all of kind of the response efforts were really organized through Pasadena initially, since there was so much there that we could do, but we've been working very closely with LA County.
Thank you, Commissioner, for bringing that local perspective. Oh, and then we're going to go to Commissioner Vice Chair Falcon. Oh, you had one more.
If I could just ask a follow-up, if that's possible. So in terms of that piece with the separation between Pasadena and Altadena, when you talk about some of those ongoing efforts, like the health efforts and those pieces, is that, I know that the initial relief efforts was very much combined. As we talk about the future, and if we get future reports and those sorts of things, is that also going to be a combined effort, where if you're talking about what happens with the Pasadena Health Department, that also covers Altadena, or will people have to look towards the County of Los Angeles? And then one other piece that I would love your thoughts on, especially as it relates to kind of transit and transportation, is that you must have so many lessons learned from having Pasadena Transit respond in that way. And I'm curious about whether or not there are some lessons learned that you're sharing with other transit authorities as we kind of continue talking about like climate adaptation and recovery efforts and evacuation. But are you sharing out those lessons if you have some? Thank you.
Thank you. On the first question, the messaging is being coordinated definitely with LA County, so we're trying to get the same type of messaging out. The coordinated effort on the removal of the debris is managed through the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and they're looking at the area, the in-fire area, as one area, so irrespective of what jurisdiction. Where things differ is kind of in the permitting process, and to rebuild, from that standpoint, we've have our own set of rules that we're really expediting when, how quickly we can get permits turned around. We already have 2 that we've received of residents that are ready to rebuild, and so they want to get their plans in and that process. So that's where it gets a little bit different between the city and the county, but as far as the messaging and the health side, we are definitely in lockstep with that communication. On your second piece about lessons learned, there's a lot that we're still gathering kind of from the after action standpoint, but there's a lot of questions that we have as well. We are currently a renewable natural gas fleet transitioning to zero emission fleet. We have our zero emission fleet transition plan in place with our larger buses going to hydrogen fuel and our smaller dial-a-ride vehicles going to battery electric. One of the questions that's come up is if we had a fully battery electric fleet and they were charging, would we have been able to respond so quickly? Whereas we think with our hydrogen fleet that we're moving towards, because it's such a quick turnaround on fueling, we would have been able to continue the same support that we have here. So as we look at kind of fuel types to get to that zero emission mandate, we're considering those and thinking of the what ifs. And then as we go through kind of our lessons learned, we can definitely share that.
Thank you. And the final one will have to be Vice Chair Falcon, because we have to vacate the room.
That's right. I'll make my comments brief, and it's just comments, no questions. Just want to thank the first responders for just the tremendous effort in protecting homes, lives. It really does highlight, the importance of the integrity of the access for our first responders to those that need your help. And so I just want to thank you on behalf of the commission for all the first responders and just the community that just comes together when, difficult situations like this. It's really incredible how people just, are very creative, and they drop what they're doing and they come where the need is the most. And so I just want to thank you, and to Mr. John in the audience who made the comment. Please extend our appreciation in Southern California, in San Diego, for your grandson-in-law for coming down to the Otay fire. Thankfully, there were no structures that were lost or lives, and that is partly in response to folks like your grandson or grandson-in-law that came down after fighting fires in Los Angeles, and then coming down to San Diego and helping us out. And that's what this is all about, is community, and ensuring that our infrastructure continues to support what you all do to keep folks safe. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And with that, day one is adjourned.
I've got one quick thing for all of you in the audience. We have to be out of this room by 4:30, so I appreciate you all coming. Commissioners, you cannot leave your things here today.